Welcome or welcome back to my channel. This is Ascension Tarot, and in today's pick a card reading, I have a very juicy reading for you today. So we are serving the question, what the person on your mind wishes they could say, or what they would say if they could be completely honest. So we have a very juicy reading. Let me go over the menu for you. Starting with the first course, we are going to do an energy check to make sure you found the right pile. We are then going to look into what this person would say to you. We're going to go in depth with the tarot cards. And then I will pull some charms to see if there's any signs or symbols related to your connection that could be useful, or if there's any advice that Spirit would like to give you. And then we will finish off for final guidance. But if you finish this reading, it's resonating, you're enjoying it, and you're deciding I'm not full yet, then you can go ahead and get some seconds linked down below in the extended. So what we're going to do in the extended is we are going to see what the connection is shifting into, like how the energy of the connection is shifting, and then we will look at what your person's intentions towards you are for the near future. We'll also see what action they plan to take, if any, and we'll also see what action Spirit might be encouraging you to take towards the connection. We will also be getting channeled messages, and we'll finish off with final guidance. So we have a lot to do, a lot going on, so I'm just going to go ahead and get into the piles now. So we have 4 different piles for you to choose from. Starting with pile 1, we have the Tarot of the Abyss and the stone that I cannot remember the name of, but I'm going to type it down below. It starts with an H. It's not labradorite. Well, maybe it's, I'm not even going to say what it's not. All I'm saying is that it is a stone. I know the name of it. I just can't remember it, and I'll write it down in the pile picking part. And then for pile 2, we have the Ascension Tarot, as well as this piece of Lepidolite. And then for pile 3, we have the Intuitive Night Goddess Tarot, as well as this piece of Dalmatian Jasper. And then finally for pile 4, we have the Dream Vision Tarot, as well as this piece of clear quartz. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. It's absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one. You could be asking about multiple people. You could have multiple messages from the same person in multiple piles. You'll be able to tell with the energy check. But once you have picked your pile or piles, you can go ahead and scroll down to the comment section or the description box, where I will have all the timestamps listed below. And then once you have picked your pile or piles, I will see you in your reading. Hi there, pile 1. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Hypersthene, or something of that nature, stone, and the Tarot of the Abyss, this is going to be your reading. But to make sure this is your reading, we are going to start with the energy check. Now, I want to quickly explain how I'm going to do this. So this entire reading, apart from advice for you and charms, is from your person's perspective. So in this energy check, we're going to see how your person is viewing themselves, how your person is viewing the energy of the connection or experiencing the energy of the connection, and how your person is viewing you. So the way that this should resonate, not everything may resonate, in the sense that you might find that you don't look at things the same way as this person. So remember that I'm channeling from their perspective, so that doesn't mean that their perspective is the objective truth. It's just how they're seeing it. But also that your perspective is not necessarily the objective truth. So it might be interesting to see how things look from their perspective. Now, if it sounds like I am channeling you, that's because you could either be mirroring this person. So I would listen to see if there's at least anything that sounds like this person and not you. But if it is you, then I would check another pile to see if you can find your person. If not, then you may just be encouraged to look at things from your perspective. That would be my guess. But let's go ahead and get into the reading, because I'm tired of blabbing. So we're going to start by looking at your person and how they are viewing their energy. So to start, we have the Ghost, with the Nine of Wands, we have the Wolf, and we have someone soon. And then in terms of how they are viewing this connection, the first card we have is discernment. The frequency of discernment supports our ability to view the world and the people around us from a place of inner balance and detachment, yet with compassion and wisdom. We also have samadhi. I think I'm gonna put that guy up there. That works. And perspective, clarity, mindset, logic. Then in terms of how they are viewing you, we have the leaves, which is the Seven of Swords. What's that song that's like all the leaves are brown and the sky is gray? I know it's a super popular song. I can't believe that I'm blanking on this. But yeah, that song was playing in my head. We also have the earthworm. And finally, we have everything will be okay. Let me make sure this is all in the frame. Oh, perfect. I actually have way more space, so I'm gonna move these down really quickly. Meow, meow. I like to be able to see things. I just have to, I can't see my camera from where I am sitting, so that is why I am rearranging this. I didn't do this beforehand, just to make sure. Okay, all right, we're good. I don't need to justify myself. All right, let's get into channeling. So I want to start with how your person is seeing themselves. Because this is actually really wholesome, and I don't think that wholesome is the way anyone would describe this person, your person. But I do see it as very wholesome in like a mature way. I would not be shocked if the person you're asking about is quite a bit older than you or more mature than you, because it definitely seems like this person or your person is viewing themselves as someone who, one, is very exhausted. With the Ghost and the Nine of Wands, I think that this person has a lot of responsibility on their plate. They may be a leader of some kind in their community. They could have a family already for some of you, because the Wolf card is very like patriarchal, masculine energy, but in a way that's very caring and I guess you could say nurturing in some ways, nurturing to maybe selective people and selective things, but more so, this is the type of person who is incredibly responsible and really puts others before themselves. And I think one thing that this Wolf person has realized recently is that they're lonely. I think that, you know, if they do have a family, it's likely they've been a single parent, or it's likely that, you know, maybe they've had some, you know, traumatic things in terms of relationships in their past, and therefore they don't want to burden you. I will also say that this is meant to be a love reading, but if you're not asking about a love connection, it's okay if it still resonates. You can absolutely still watch this. You just need to take the love messages out of it. That's why we say take what resonates. But anyway, I definitely think that, you know, this Wolf person is a bit of a stickler for tradition. And I think that they likely view themselves as a provider, as somebody who needs to be there for others, as somebody who believes that if they don't do it, it won't get done. I definitely think that they put their own needs and their own desires on the wayside, and they're starting to realize that they can't do that anymore. Here's what's really, really cool. I don't know how long you have known this person, but they're definitely interested in you. Sorry, I blanked for a reason. I don't know why. I do feel like for a lot of you, this may be a newer connection. And I'll get into how they're seeing you in a bit. I don't want to get there yet. But I do think that your person, or the person that we're channeling, definitely started to become a shell of themselves. And I think they've had an awakening recently. Like maybe they've been going through a dark night of the soul, or maybe they just had a really powerful experience that kind of woke them up to realize that they really need to start prioritizing themselves and their own happiness, because if they don't, they will never get around to it. Because I think one thing that they're learning too is that if they don't provide for their own happiness and their own, fulfillment, then nothing's going to happen there, because they're already spread pretty thin when it comes to helping others. And I think that because this person is so traditional, it may be hard for them to look at people outside of what they expect or what they anticipate. And they may be the type of person who's really rigid when it comes to making judgments about people. Like this might be the type of person who typically would put someone in a box of, oh, you're like this and you're like, then you probably act like that. Or, oh, you like this, then you're probably this type of person. And I think that they're realizing how wrong they are, because you are a very interesting case for this person. I feel like for some of you, I get the vibe that this person feels like they are too old for you, or that you're too young for them. Sorry for the jump cut there. I had a distraction. I had to stop channeling for a second, but let's go ahead and get back into this. Where was I? Yeah, so your person definitely seems to be a bit on the older side, or just older than you, or more mature than you. But I feel like from this person's perspective, they're looking at you as maybe too young for them, or a little bit or maybe worried that they're too old for you, or something like that. But I do feel like there is this energy here of conflating the age gap between the two of you, or the level of maturity between the two of you. I can definitely see that your person is very aware of the fact that they've got things that they still need to work on, that they still need to heal. And I feel like there's a lot for them that when it comes to you, that they're very uncertain about. I do feel this like almost kind of fear that they might not be good for you, or that there might be something better out there for you. But I do think that this person has been viewing a lot of that from the perspective of them thinking they're not worthy of a person like you, or them thinking that a person like you wouldn't want a person like them. I also think that this may not be like an age thing. It could also be something where you're outside of this person's typical type. Like, maybe they, just use astrology for example, maybe they've always liked Earth. No, that's your represents Earth. Maybe they've always liked water signs. And, I highly doubt this person is very well-versed in astrology, but like just for example's sake. And then, you come along and you're an Earth sign. You don't have to be literally, but just say, for example, and this person's maybe wouldn't have considered it at first because you weren't a water sign, but now that they're getting open to the idea of what an Earth sign person might be like, they're thinking, oh, maybe I've been missing out on this whole new type of human that I could get to know. Because what I see when they're looking at you, starting with the Seven of Swords here, I feel like they're a little bit wary of you in the sense that they don't know how you think, how you operate. They also don't know what your intentions are or what you're really wanting. I feel like there's a part of this person here where they may be uncertain if you're just interested in something casual. I don't know if you guys have communicated about that. I do feel like for some of you, this is a lot newer, but for others, this could be someone you've known for a while, but it's maybe just a bit complicated, or maybe this person is difficult to interact with. Because what I really see here is like, maybe a lot of your communication happens like online or through messaging of some kind. I'm just noticing with the hands, with beautiful pink nails, I must say. I'm really fond of that. And both cards, the animals are kind of faced this way. So I don't know if you maybe haven't been talking to this person as much. Maybe they've ghosted you, or they've been silent and you kind of have just been allowing that, not really pushing anything, because I do see you kind of being in your own lane, in your own world, and that's how your person is perceiving you. And they also kind of see you with this everything will be okay card. They see you as someone who knows how to talk them off a ledge, in the sense that maybe this person gets really overwhelmed, or, which is interesting because I think you're the type of person to get really overwhelmed, but maybe you recognize that in the wolf person, and so therefore you are very good at giving them words of advice, or really good at giving them reassurance. Because I feel like when it comes to this wolf person, they just see you as someone who is constantly surprising them. Like, you just wouldn't expect, like, I feel like you just come out and do things or say things to this person that they just wouldn't expect from a person your age, or from a person like you. And I think that's mainly because your person has been very close-minded in the past when it comes to what they're open to, and when it comes to how they understand others. They could be an earth sign, Virgo, Capricorn, Taurus. So could you, because we both have earth energies here. I do feel like you both connect on a practical level, like maybe you're kind of newer to being, more practical. Maybe you're newer to the world of business, or newer to a world that this person is very well versed in, and maybe they're helping you or mentoring you in some way. Or maybe that's how you originally met. I don't know, I'm getting a lot here, but I want to move away for a second and talk about how they're viewing you, and how they're experiencing the energy of the connection. So what I think is actually really, really cool is that this person is going through a pretty deep spiritual transformation right now. With Samadhi, this talks about moving beyond kind of the 3D, and more so, and well, not just the 3D, but the mind and the body, and recognizing that there is deeper soul wisdom, recognizing that there's deeper parts of themselves than just, their body, their flesh, and their mind. I think that the wolf person has had, I don't know if they've had to be open to spirituality in a way that maybe they weren't anticipating, or maybe they've had to face themes like death in their life recently. Maybe not literal death, but like change, and maybe they've been I just heard midlife crisis. So for some of you, this person could be going through something like that, where they're really starting to awaken spiritually. And as a result, they're just starting to recognize all of these limiting beliefs that they've had that have no basis in reality. Because this person is actually a very deep and intelligent person, but I think that their conscious brain has had some really deep-rooted limiting beliefs about a lot of different things, and now they are having to completely throw that by the wayside and reevaluate everything from this new discernment system that they're developing. So with discernment here, I feel like this person is looking at you with discernment, in the sense that they are wanting to do what is best for the both of you. I don't feel like your wolf person is going to take any action that is not something, if it's not something that they feel confident in. I feel like this wolf person does not want to waste your time. They also want you to have full freedom and room to do what makes you happiest. But I also think they are starting to realize that if you're as interested in them as they are in you, that then maybe what's the problem in exploring something? If it's legal, oh my God, if you are younger than 18 and you're watching this and you're asking about somebody older than you, I say this with so much love, but please don't. Please. Learn about grooming, learn about that stuff. Please. But I can't police and control your life, and I can't make you learn your lessons, or I can't teach you your lessons for you, and honestly it's not my job, and it's not my job to police what you do. And if you are younger than 18, which I'm sure some of you are, this person is significantly older, I can't do anything about that. But I will say I don't approve. With peace and love. I say that with peace and love. That's only because I have a different perspective, and anyone who is above a young age has the same perspective. And you'll have that perspective too when you get older, but save it for, you know, as someone who cares about you. Please be careful, and please do not do anything illegal. Okay. Anyway, I definitely think that this wolf person has gotten clarity recently when it comes to you. Because I think that you come across as very shy, and I feel like this wolf person doesn't know if that shyness is from disinterest or if that shyness is just because maybe you're shy. And they also, I feel like with the Seven of Swords here, they felt like you could really hurt them. Maybe there's traits that you have that are similar to an ex of theirs or someone from their past where they were like, oh, they could really hurt me. They could hurt me very badly, or maybe they're being sneaky, or maybe there's more to the story than they're telling me. But I think that you're just somebody who maybe struggles sometimes to speak their truth, or maybe you're somebody who struggles, you know, to know what they really want or to ask for what they want. So I feel like they're kind of recognizing now that maybe your silence or your lack of descriptiveness when it comes to communicating with them isn't necessarily because you're being sneaky or manipulative or you're trying to hurt them, but because you're just shy and maybe just a little bit meek and maybe just still warming up to this person, still kind of gathering your bearings, if that makes sense. So I think for this wolf person, they're kind of seeing the connection as something that they're happy to explore and happy to look at. I don't feel like they are going to completely dive into something without fully vetting it first. I feel like they are still wanting to get to know you better. They're still wanting to understand you more. But I also feel like they have the feeling that you may be what they were asking for from the universe. I feel like they were asking for a partner. They were asking someone to be by their side. And I also want to say as well, like, I'm not disparaging like age gap relationships, because there's plenty of people in age gap relationships that are incredibly happy, and like that's fine. I'm just saying, for the love of God, make it legal. Okay. Anyway, I hate when my logical brain starts messing up my channeling, saying stuff like that, because even though I do believe that, I just, you know, words can be misconstrued and people on the internet can be mean. I just want you to be safe. I just want you to be safe. I just want you to be okay. That's all I care about. Anyway, I can definitely see here for the both of you. I think that this person recognizes that you both have a lot of work to do on yourselves, but I think that they are looking at this connection, realizing that maybe a lot of the blockages that they were perceiving when it comes to this connection weren't actually blockages, but just mental limitations that they were using as an excuse not to move forward with this connection. So I think they are seeing themselves as someone who is ready to start opening themselves up to someone else, and someone who is ready to explore what the world has to offer. Because I think they're realizing their way of going life is not, your person's way of going about life is not fulfilling them. And so I think that this deeper spiritual knowledge that they have now, this deeper awareness of, okay, I can't just live life on the terms of pleasing others. I can't just live life doing what's practical, because they're not feeling anything in their heart. They're not feeling anything in their soul, so they're not really living. And I think they're realizing that, like, they have been a ghost of themselves because they haven't been doing things that make them feel alive, that make them feel really excited. And I think when it comes to you coming in, I think you have made them feel really alive, have made them feel really excited. And I think those feelings of aliveness and excitement give your person red flags, because I think they've experienced that in the past. And I think that they may have equated like excitement when it comes to someone they're interested in romantically as someone that could hurt them, or someone that could betray them or something like that. And I think they're realizing that just because you have that feeling doesn't mean that feeling is going to equate to the same outcome. And I think they're realizing with you that they may have been projecting their own fears onto you and onto what your intentions might be, rather than just getting to know you. Because the more they get to know you, I think they realize that you're far more harmless than they originally thought, if that makes sense. And so I think now they are starting to realize that they need to communicate more, that they need to really why is Milan coming in? I just heard let's get down to business. I don't think that this person is defeating any Huns, but I do think that they are wanting to be ready and prepared to bring someone else into their life. And I think that is a realization that they've had through this samadhi energy and this discernment energy. I think they've realized that there's a difference between discernment and judgment, and they've been more often than not been judging rather than discerning. And I think they're learning to discern and learning to recognize what is aligned with them. And I think that when it comes to you, they just don't know yet. They want to explore and see how this connection unfolds. So let's go ahead and see what they would say to you, because we do have Mercury energy here with perspective. So I would like to see what this person has maybe realized or what they would say to you. So if that definition or that explanation resonates, then sit tight, because we are going to get into the tarot now. And I will say, while I am shuffling, if you guys are enjoying this reading and you finish it and decide you're not full yet, definitely feel free to get seconds and check out the extended, which will be linked below. In the extended, we're going to look at how this connection is shifting in the future. We are going to look at what your person's intentions towards you are. We are also going to look at what action they plan to take, because intentions and action are different. And we're also going to see what action Spirit is advising you to take towards the connection. And then we will get channeled messages from them, and we'll finish off with further advice. But no sweat if you're not interested. But if you would like to support me in a free way, I really appreciate everyone who lets my ads play in the background. If you don't have YouTube Premium, if you do have YouTube Premium, just watching my videos helps. But honestly too, just liking the video, commenting down below, letting me know how it resonates. And I also just want to say, you guys are so nice in my comment section. Thank you for that. And thank you for being kind and uplifting each other. But yeah, I think that's, oh, and yeah, and subscribe, obviously. I know a lot of you watch me and are not subscribed, and I say this with peace and love, but like, come on. You know you want to hit that little button. You know you do. Okay, anyway, I'm done. All right, I'm done. There's been a lot of rambling in this pile, which is interesting. But let's go ahead and see. Spirit, what would pile one's person say to pile one if they could be completely honest? Okay, we have the 5 of Swords. Okay, we have the 4 of Pentacles, the High Priestess. We have the Sun. Oh my God. And we have the Wise One in reverse. So this would be the Hierophant, Taurus energy. Let's see, can we clarify the 5 of Swords, please? We have the Moon. Can we clarify the 4 of Pentacles, please? We have the Hanged One in reverse. Can we clarify the High Priestess, please? We have the Emperor. Can we clarify the Sun, please? We have the 7 of Swords and the Wise One. We have Justice in reverse, and the back of the deck is the 8 of Cups. Okay. This is coming through incredibly clearly, and oh my God, I just want to give your person a hug. So starting with the 5 of Swords with the Moon, they definitely have been betrayed by someone in their past, and it left them reeling in a way that I can't even really fully describe, because there aren't words for the type of grief that this person went through. And I don't think a lot of the grief was necessarily around losing the person. I think a lot of grief was actually with the Moon here. The fact that they didn't see this betrayal coming, that they didn't see whatever this was happening. So I feel like for some of you, they could have, if they've been married in the past, it's quite possible that their spouse cheated on them, or it's quite possible that their partner kind of left them out of nowhere. I do feel like for some of you, they may have been cheated on, or they may have found out in a very harsh way, like in a way that they weren't anticipating, or in a way that they didn't realize. It kind of seems like whatever happened to them happened very suddenly and in a very cold way. And it left this person reeling, like, what did I do wrong? Like, why didn't I see this coming? And I think the thing is that it was kind of a twofold thing. I don't think they could have seen it coming, because I do feel like their person at the time was hiding things from them. But also, I think that they may have been so focused on building, providing, protecting, kind of doing playing their role in the connection. And as a result, they didn't notice anything was odd because they were so preoccupied with what was going on with them. But I think that the fact that I'm going into so much detail about this, I think means that they really blame themselves for what happened in the past. And, there are two sides to every story, but I do think that this person probably places far more blame on themselves than they should. But I do think that's part of the reason why there was so much grief when it comes to this situation, because I feel like that situation, whatever betrayal or heartbreak that they went through, made them realize that they can't trust themselves to know what is going on. I feel like they felt very secure and very happy in the relationship or in whatever they were when they were betrayed. And I do feel like this is related to a relationship, if I'm being honest. If not, I would say it's something else that really matters to them, like a work thing, but I do think it's relationship related. So with the Four of Pentacles and the Hanged One in reverse, your person is wanting you to understand that they have been guarding themselves for a very, very long time. I don't think that they've been open to something for a very, very, very long time. And I mean, you can even see in this Four of Pentacles, don't do that. Like this giant pentacle, they're kind of shielding themselves, and they're shielding a lot of themselves away. And with the Hanged One in reverse, clarifying, this is really telling me, well, this is telling me to tell you from this person that they then had a huge fear of experiencing anything that they couldn't control, that they couldn't hold on to. Because I think that this whole experience was the biggest thing that made them realize that they can't control everything, and that the rug can still be pulled out from underneath them, and that they can lose things. And they may not have any control over it. And so as a result, I think that they became very closed off in life. I think that they maybe stuck to or embellished upon a routine that they already had and maybe made it more intense. I think that this person, once they kind of got through the grieving process, was left with a ton of fear when it comes to being open again. And so as a result, they really haven't. They've kind of focused on staying in this divine masculine emperor energy of focusing on the people that matter to them, providing and protecting, and nothing else. But the thing is that they've kind of been in this dormant self-protective mode for a very long time. And with this High Priestess card coming up, I think one, their higher self and their intuition have become very strong based upon whatever it is that they have been experiencing. But I also think that this High Priestess represents you. The fact that you showed up as the Earthworm in the Earth card, I do think that you're far more gifted in other elements of living. So maybe you're a more intuitive type person, maybe you're a more emotional type person, maybe you're more watery, or maybe you're more fiery, whatever it may be. I think you're highly intuitive. And I think that that you helped this person awaken to certain things that they weren't aware of before. But I also think with this new spiritual knowledge, I think that they're realizing that they can embody and embrace the role that they enjoy playing, and also embrace the uncertainty of life because they're feeling in control again. Because with this Four of Pentacles and this Emperor here, I think the biggest thing that they are learning is the fact that they can handle any challenges that come their way, even if they are outside of their control, and that they can protect themselves, and that they can trust themselves, or at least trust the universe to guide them in the right direction. I don't think they fully trust themselves yet, but I do think that they are in the process of kind of getting their mojo back, getting their true self back. And I think that you have had an integral role in awakening them to deeper truths about themselves. And I think that they've only recently had this realization that these past traumatic events have had such a deep and intense consequence for this person, or a deep intense problem for this person. And so having the awareness, now that they have the awareness of it, they can consciously heal it. But before then, it was really holding them back, and it was really stopping them from being able to step into their power, because there's so much fear associated with loss. And so with the Eight of Cups being on the back of the deck, I feel like this person is wanting you to know that they are still working on moving forward from emotional burdens and from their past. And they want you to know that they think that you and them could be very happy together with this Sun card. And that scares the shit out of them. Because with the Seven of Swords here, they have been very happy in the past. And they've been stabbed out of nowhere. They've been, completely blindsided before. And this is the second Seven of Swords to show up. And the first one showed up as you. So with the Sun card being here, I feel like, this person is looking at you saying, okay, this person makes me really happy. This person makes me light up with joy. I have so much fun when I'm around them. What does that mean? And so you can relate to that, or one could relate to that in the sense of like when things are going really well in your life, sometimes you have the impulse to be like, oh God, things are going really well. What's going to happen? So it's kind of like this person was having that perspective and is having that perspective towards you. And so even though there's a part of them saying, yes, be open to this person, there's another part of them saying, no, this is dangerous. We could get hurt. And what makes me feel really encouraged is that we had that energy of discernment there. So this person is learning to discern what the different signals their body, what the different signals are that are communicating to them. So the part of them that says, yes, I'm really excited by this, that is kind of their soul energy. That's kind of their heart. Might say more so their heart than their soul, but definitely their heart. And because honestly, I don't know if this person believes in soulmates or anything like that, if I'm being completely honest. But their heart feels drawn to you, but their fear says, well, we've been in this situation before and it didn't end well. Because with the Wise One in reverse and Justice in reverse, I think that whoever betrayed them in the past really made them feel really stupid and really foolish. Like with the Wise One literally in reverse, I feel like this person does not believe that they have the capability of making wise decisions for themselves. I don't think they necessarily trust themselves entirely to make good decisions. And with Justice in reverse, I think that they worry about making things even worse, or they worry about making things unbalanced or being burned again, because I think they were burned pretty badly by this past person. I would honestly wouldn't even be shocked if some really unfair things happened towards this person, especially in terms of like court stuff. If they went to court with this person, I literally feel like this person, everything was stacked against them and everything came crashing down on them. And I think that was just really hard. Like, I feel like I want to cry right now. So I think that this person is still moving forward from those traumatic events in life, but I feel like they want you to know that they are working on themselves. They're working really hard, actually, because they want to be in a position to be able to receive you. They want to be in a position to where they are emotionally healthy enough to be in a connection and not push someone away or allow fear to get the best of them. And so that's what they're working on right now. They're working on moving forward. Yeah, with the World card here. They're working on closing out this healing cycle so they can be more open and receptive. So really what they would say to you, I mean, I'm hearing the song Hold On by Justin Bieber, but and also I'm a believer, and a believer, I guess you could say, but anyway, I definitely think that what they want you to know is that any perceived rejection from them is not a merit of your worth, and it never should be. In fact, their behavior is 100% based on their past, their fears, and has nothing to do with you, in the sense that you're wonderful. They want to get to know you better, but they are very afraid of being vulnerable. They are very afraid of opening themselves up again. They're very afraid that they can't trust themselves. They are very afraid that they can't trust themselves to make good decisions for themselves. They are focused on protecting themselves and those closest to them. And so they are learning how to embrace their vulnerability and still feel in control, and learn to surrender to the way life is flowing, rather than just pushing everyone out and keeping everyone out, because they've become very lonely due to the walls that they've put up. And I think they're realizing that they have to be more, they have to put themselves out there more, they have to be more engaging and be more open to people and to life if they ever want to change how they've been living. So that is what they want to say to you. So we're gonna go ahead now and get into charms. So I'm gonna pull some letters and numbers real quick that might be relevant. So what letters and numbers are relevant to pile 1, please? Okay, and then I'm also going to pull charms and my hair out of here. I do want to warn you, I'm about to shake this charm box and it's going to be very loud. So if you have headphones or the volume is really high, I would highly suggest turning that down in 3 seconds, because I'm about to shake this in 3, 2, 1. For transparency's sake, my eyes are closed, and we're just gonna pull a few charms. So pile 1, Spirit, what signs and sinks needed them? Okay, all right. Okay, all right. So I want to start with the letters and numbers over here. As soon as I put these out, I heard Colorado University, which I don't know if there's a specific Colorado University or if there's like UCs. I don't know. A university in Colorado. That is like what I heard. But Colorado or school could be significant. But let's go ahead and look at letters and numbers. So we have M, E, W, that makes me think of Muto. We have U, we have C, we have 7, we have 0, we have 4, and we have 3, and we have another 3, so 2 3s. So repeating 3s, repeating 4s, repeating 7s, or repeating 0s could be significant. Let's see, we also have, is that an N or a Z? New Zealand could be significant. N or Z could be significant. I'm just going to take both since I can't tell. And then we have F. So few. Let's see, we also have a teeny tiny R. We also have another M, so M's, double M's or double letters could be significant. We have X, so maybe Mexico, New Mexico. Mexican food could be significant to you and this person. We also have another 0. So that looks like all of the letters and numbers we have. Let me just read them off really quickly. We have 2 M's, we have an F, we have an E, we have a U, we have a W, we have an X, we have an N or a Z. We have a C, we have 2 zeros, 2 3s, 1 1 4, and a 7. Okay, let's look at your other charms now. So to start, we have the, oh, and an R. We have an R, a little teeny tiny R. Oh, and a V, RV. Anyway, we have this little monkey here, and this always makes me think of having a monkey mind and giving that monkey mind a break. So I would interpret this as a spirit really encouraging you to not let your mind run away with fears or what ifs about this connection. Like, don't be jumping to conclusions, because that's not really going to help you at all. So I think Spirit is really encouraging you not to let your mind run away from you, and to, you know, relax, breathe, and know that everything's going to be okay, and that your thoughts do not define your reality. Your thoughts are not your ultimate truth. We also, oh my gosh, we have a G as well. Did not see that before. So let's put that G here. With living my best life, I feel like the universe is really encouraging you to just focus on doing that, because that is going to help attract the best outcome, either with this person or in general. But I think that that's like living your best life. I feel like that's what this person wants for you, and that's what the universe wants for you. So I feel like you're really being encouraged to not put a lot of your focus on this person and trust that they'll kind of come through in time, and to instead focus on yourself. I also see this, if there's been some sort of tower moment in this connection, I do see clarity coming. I do see the air being cleared, but I also see this as getting clarity. So I do think that there will be more clarity to come. I do feel like there will be communication of some kind when it comes to speaking your truth and things like that. We also have this heart with a little crown on it. And so I think that Spirit is saying, when it comes to this connection, taking action from a heart-centered place and from a spirit-centered place is going to yield the best results. And by that, I just mean not allowing your ego to override your deeper truths. You know, with the crown and the heart, that just makes me think of, you know, spiritual-based love. So there could be a deeper spiritual connection to this, maybe that you're aware of, but this person isn't necessarily. That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting. We also have the pineapple. And so I do think no matter what, this person does want a friendship with you, does want things to be good between the two of you. I also think with the pineapple here that you are a very welcome addition to their life. And it is quite possible that you could be invited to their house or vice versa. Like, I almost see this as visiting someone's house and maybe having a deeper talk, a deeper chat about things. We also have the padlock. So I do think that there are things that you and this person are either not seeing, or that are currently blocking you and this person from something that you both are trying to achieve, or something that you want out of the connection. And I think there's a deeper reason for it, but these blockages will be unblocked over time. It's just a matter of patience. And I think really what you're being asked to do here is to trust the blocks that you don't understand, or you feel like you don't have control over, because those are the ones that will be naturally removed by Spirit. I also started thinking of Monsters, Inc. because I saw the R and the O, and because we don't know if this is a Z or an N, it made me think of Roz. So I don't know if there's any Mike Wazowskis out there. Oh my God, MW Mike. I have the same initials as Mike Wazowski. I'm so happy. Anyway, I never realized that before. Roxy, the brand, or the name could be significant, but I just saw Roz and like Mike Wazowski. You forgot to file your paperwork. Don't forget to file your paperwork. And if you're watching this around tax day, please, for the love of God, don't. This is timeless, so you may find it whenever. We also have the guitar. So guitars could be significant, acoustic guitars. specifically. Maybe you or them play them. But I always look at this as a message to pay attention to music around you, because there may be messages in music. I just heard in my head, when words fail, music speaks. So if you feel like you're having a hard time maybe understanding a feeling or having a hard time communicating something to this person, I feel like Spirit's actually encouraging you to find a song that matches what you're experiencing, because it may help you find the words you need to say what you need to say. Or, you know, you can tell this person, hey, I don't know how to speak what's on my mind, but this song kind of encompasses it. And then maybe you can elaborate or let them ask questions or something like that. And then finally, we have this little blue charm here. So this always makes me think of the throat chakra. And I do think you both probably have throat chakra blockages. So I think one of the best things that you could do for yourself right now is really focus on healing your throat chakra. I would honestly just like Google ways to heal it, stimulate it, things like that, because that's all about communication and speaking your truth. And I think that neither you nor this person have really spoken your truth in this connection, which is why I think it came face down. And I think maybe one of the biggest blockages here is a fear of speaking your truth. And so I think the more open and honest you and this person can be with one another, I think the lighter and freer the both of you will feel, and the more you'll maybe realize that you were allowing your worries to get away from you. So those are the charms. So now we are going to go ahead and finish this reading off before we move over to the extended with some final advice. So to start, we have listen with your heart. You are listening, but you need to hear with a loving heart. So I think that this is actually really important when you're taking this person's behavior personally, because when you think about it in your heart space, like put yourself in their shoes. Like if you had been through what they had been through, you know, I'm not saying you have to accept or fully understand, but understanding with compassion instead of being frustrated as to why someone's not doing what you were hoping they would do, usually leads to a lot less stress and a lot more understanding between another person. And I think it could be helpful to listen to this person from your heart and look at things not from your perspective, but from theirs. We also have a win-win outcome is forecast. I love that. That is an excellent sign that things are going to be a-okay here. We also have surrender the habit of people-pleasing. Speak your needs and be true to yourself. Focus on your own happiness instead of always trying to make everyone else happy. I think that's something that you and this person have in common. And I think you may not be speaking up about your needs because you may be worried that you're going to put too much pressure or stress on this person. And I think that's actually kind of the opposite, because I think this is the type of person who does like meeting people's needs. So I think you're actually being encouraged to be honest about what you want, what you're looking for, what you need, and what makes you feel loved, what makes you feel fulfilled. Because one, this person's not going to be able to read your mind and just know it. And two, I think it will help you heal the relationship that you have with yourself when it comes to expressing your needs. And I think you'll realize that your needs were always worth being met. Like there's nothing wrong with having your needs met. And if anything, it can make the both of you a lot happier. But we also have don't dim to fit in. How are you dimming your light in order to fit in? So I think you're also being encouraged to be more of yourself and to be more honest about who you are. Be honest about your fears. Be honest about your vulnerabilities. Be honest about your uncertainties and things like that. I think honestly, the more you kind of let this person in on the fact that you have these fears, that you have these uncertainties, that you have these anxieties, I think that's going to really help them as well. And there's a lot of purple here. So I think one thing that you're being encouraged to do is really trust any psychic downloads you have about this person, and to trust your gut when it comes to this situation, because I don't think it will lead you astray. But finally, we have health. Treat your body with nutrients and exercise. This is important for your overall well-being right now. So if you're neglecting yourself a little bit, I think that is encouragement to really focus on your vessel and put effort and energy into replenishing it or nurturing it. But pile 1, I am going to just leave things here. If you're still hungry for seconds, feel free to check out the extended linked below. But if you're leaving me here, which is absolutely okay, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads or letting them play in the background. Like I said earlier, that is the simplest and easiest way to support me and my channel and exchange energy with me. But if you'd like to support me in other ways, like I said, you can check out the extended. You can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how you enjoyed it. You can subscribe if you haven't already and click that little bell notification to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can also check out my social media, though do be aware I have tons of scammers pretending to be me on social media. So just know I don't offer personal readings, and I will never try to solicit a private reading from you via your DMs, which the scammers will. I won't. So if someone claiming to be me slides in your DMs, especially on Instagram, and says, "Hi, I'm Asa, would you like me to consider you for a reading?" they're a fucking liar. And I am merch, which is also linked below. But that's all I have. So thank you guys so much for watching and for being here. I really hope you enjoyed this reading, and I hope that you got all the messages that you were looking for. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Lepidolite stone as well as the Ascension Tarot, this is going to be your reading on what your person would say to you if they could be completely honest, or if they were willing to communicate it. So what we are going to do to start off is do an energy check to make sure that this is your pile. Now, I want to start by saying that we're doing this energy check not from an objective perspective, but from your person's perspective. So we're going to see how they're seeing themselves, how they are seeing the connection, and how they're seeing you. So while I'm channeling, you might find that you disagree with certain things that I say, and that's likely because you disagree with this person's perspective, or you might find that I'm channeling things in a way where you're like, that doesn't seem right. So think about it from your person's perspective, and remember that it's coming from their perspective, because then that might help you see how they're approaching things and looking at things. But with that being said, if I am channeling this person and it sounds like you, and when I say this person, I mean the person that you're wanting to ask about that's on your mind, if it sounds like you instead, then you might have stumbled across your pile. So I would encourage you to check out the beginnings of the other piles to see if there's an energy that you resonate with there. If not, you may want to hear about things from your perspective, but it could be a sign that it's that you're mirroring your person if it sounds like both you and them in terms of your perspective, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think that's, and if you don't resonate with any of them, then there's likely not a message for you in this video. But I am going to stop with the preliminary stuff and start by looking at things from your person's perspective. One thing I have to say right off the bat, I don't know if this person deals with like memory loss or has like really bad memory. I just find myself like, as soon as I started this, I completely forgot everything that I was supposed to say in the beginning, and trying to like address things, it felt like trying to swim in molasses. I don't know why that's my analogy, but we're going to go ahead and start by looking at how this person is seeing themselves. So to start, we have the 9 of Swords, we have the Butterfly, and we have Body as a House. And then in terms of how they are seeing the connection, we have Coherence. The frequency of coherence supports our ability to harmonize the frequency of the heart with the frequency of the mind for an optimal ability to create the reality that we desire. We also have the 3rd eye chakra, as well as giving, receiving, harmony, karma, and the water symbol. So water energy is present, feelings are present. And in terms of how they are seeing you, we have the Magician, we have the Buffalo, and we have Slimy. Okay. So yeah, if this person doesn't have memory issues, they definitely have like a racing mind. They definitely are somebody who overthinks everything. I find myself just wanting to talk really fast like this. If you don't watch me very often, I will say my energy and the way that I channel does change based on the energy that I receive. So one thing that I'm noticing right now is that I want to talk a lot faster, and I really want to explain myself, and I really want to make sure that you understand where I'm coming from. And so that makes me feel like this is probably where your person is at in terms of, I don't think they feel very confident in themselves. I don't think they feel very confident in the words that they speak. I think that they are maybe averse to conflict for some of you, but for others, I feel like this person maybe wouldn't back down from that. I feel like just with this painting though, this person has a lot of mental energy and they overthink things to insane degrees. And I feel like in the recent past, they may have hit a breaking point with that, or have reached a point where they kind of can't take living in their own mental prison anymore. Because I don't know how long you've known this person, or I want to center these. I want them to look nicer. I don't know how long you've known this person, but one thing that I do know is that they've definitely been inspired by you when it comes to changing their lifestyle, maybe integrating a deeper, more meaningful routine into their life. With the buffalo card being here and this side representing how they're seeing you, I don't think they're seeing you as a literal buffalo, but I do think they're seeing you as someone very rare and someone that is not only insanely spiritual, as we can even see further by the Magician card, but incredibly grounded as well and capable of achieving whatever it is that you want. Like with the lightning strike here in the background, I really feel like there's a divinity to you that is almost unexplainable, in the sense that you're just a powerful combo. And I think that this person may feel at times like you're not really real, or they might feel like they're not good enough for you, or they might feel like your connection is really intimidating to them because it might bring about triggers or realizations that make them deeply uncomfortable. Because one thing that I'm seeing is that I think that this person that you're asking about had some sort of spiritual awakening, either recently or is dealing with the effects of a spiritual awakening recently. And I don't think that this spiritual awakening was something that they wanted. I don't know if this came in the form of a harsh awakening or it just kind of happened very suddenly and this person didn't know how. I don't know if maybe your connection is partly responsible for giving this person new, I want to say psychic awareness and new intuitive awareness. But I see in this body as a house card that this person has had some sort of realization that they are not separated by the world anymore, in the sense that there is so much more to them than just their body. They're more than just, a sack of bones and meat. Like there's more going on here, that energy flows through them, through their fingertips, that we exchange energy, that there's deeper truths to this world than they were aware of. And so with this butterfly card being here, this is an air energy. Your person could be an air sign, Libra, Aquarius, and Gemini. So they could have those placements, but they certainly don't have to. But no matter what, they have had a transformation when it comes to their viewpoint of the world. They're learning that they know a lot less than they thought they did. And I almost feel like with this Nine of Swords being here and it being represented by a painting, I feel like this person had a very set understanding of the world, and somehow your connection compounded with the experiences that they were having in the recent past led them to this breaking point where they had some sort of awakening, or drove home the reinforcement that this awakening wasn't just them going crazy, and they're realizing that they had a really made up, fabricated way of living. And I think that's deeply settling and uncomfortable for them. I think it's also deeply unsettling and uncomfortable for them, the way that you make them feel, the influence your life has had on them, the influence that you have on them. And I think for some of you, if this person maybe didn't treat you the best in the past, or if you and this person have had difficulties, I do feel like they are maybe feeling really guilty and maybe ashamed of some of their behavior. I think they might be like a little bit embarrassed. And I think honestly, they're not looking at you in a very grounded way, in the sense that, which is ironic because you're showing up as an earth energy. So for some of you, you could be earth signs, Virgo, Capricorn, Taurus, but like I said, you don't have to be. But the reason it's ironic to me is that they, maybe when they first met you, thought that you were very like naive or gullible or something like that. I feel like there's just a part of them that didn't fully believe your energy for whatever reason. I feel like they underestimated you, and it just almost seems like things have done a full 180. Like I'm hearing through a Libra right now, like don't start now. And I think that maybe this person realized like, oh wow, I was really wrong about pile 2. But for some of you, because I am getting a few different situations here, if you haven't known this person very long, I do feel like this person has only ever seen you from an impressive perspective. Like maybe when this person first met you, they might have underestimated what you did, but now I think they see you as someone very powerful. I feel like for all of you though, the more that this person sees of you and about you, the more that they realize how wrong they are, not just about themselves, but about the world. I feel like there could be jealous people around you, or it is quite possible that this person sees that you don't see your own greatness, which I think is very possible, especially if you're super grounded. But I think that they're very impressed by your ability to get through hardship. They're very impressed by your ability to work through challenges. And I think they see you as someone very solid, very dependable, very headstrong, and very trustworthy. And when it comes to them, I think that they're having a hard time with your energy because they kind of are different in a few ways. They're very flighty. They get very nervous. I feel like they can be a bit fickle. And I think that they maybe haven't taken much responsibility for their behavior in the past. And this isn't just in relation to you, but this is in a relation to a lot of people. And I think they're becoming really uncomfortable with the realizations that they're having in terms of they're kind of dissociating from their body for the first time. So for some, well, I guess if you have never dissociated before, and I don't think that, I don't know if dissociation is the right word, Spirit. Because I don't see this person like dissociating like in a trauma way, which maybe for some of you they do, but I feel like more than anything, there's just a like, maybe this person is astral projecting or having really vivid dreams while they sleep for the first time. I guess the better word that I would put here is it seems like they're having out-of-body experiences or experiencing phenomena like that. I think dissociation was the wrong word. I apologize for that. But I do think it is hard for them at the very least to be present in their reality right now, because it does seem like this connection is getting stronger, and I just heard in their bones, like they can just feel your energy everywhere. Like they want to give to you, and they might, if you are receiving from this person, then that's a good sign that they're following through on this. But I do feel like there is an element of like you reap what you sow here. So I think depending on how this person has treated you, I think karma is kind of adjusting accordingly. I do feel like this person wonders how they garnered the attention of someone like you. I think they're very, very impressed by you. And in terms of how they see themselves, they kind of view themselves as a mess. And I kind of just cringed a little bit because I've never watched the show Riverdale, but I know there's like that monologue that like Cole Sprouse's character has. It's like, I'm weird, I'm a weirdo, and whatever it is. And I kind of, this person gives me a little bit of that vibe, but like not to such like a crazy degree, because I mean obviously like you have weirdness too, and weirdness is cool. I'm weird, we're all weird here, that's great. But I think it's something where maybe this person almost had an ego identity around the person that they were before, and your connection and what it's doing to them in terms of their emotions, in terms of their intuitive awareness, in terms of their like spiritual awareness. It's kind of, turning everything on upside down for them. But really, I think what they're realizing is that they're about to be experiencing life right side up. But to them, it seems upside down. And I think really this person is, for some of you, I feel like they might be wondering if you had a part in them, like deliberately, like witchcraft or something like that. This person may be very wary of things like that, depending on the type of upbringing they had. I just see a lot of fear when it comes to this connection, and when it comes to what this connection means for them, and when it comes to what the universe has in store for them. I feel like now that they've had this spiritual awakening, I think that they feel a lot less in control than they once did, and I think that they are honestly really struggling with this new perspective that they've had. If you aren't hearing from this person, I feel like this person knows that they either owe you an explanation, or they need to talk to you. They need to tell you what's up. Because I find it interesting that we have, you know, the buffalo and the slimy card and even the giving card looking all at this person. And I think yeah, that's the butterfly's booty. So it has to be facing that way. So I think for this person, they might be kind of running from this connection right now, or they might be waiting to face you until they feel like they have a more cohesive, I just heard explanation, but I don't feel like they think they have anything to explain to you. I feel like they just don't even know how to communicate what they're experiencing right now, and so they're waiting to know until they tell you. But with this coherence card here, it's interesting because I think that this is something that this person sees in you. So the optimal ability, say that 5 times fast, I fucking dare you. Optimal ability, I can't do it. So if you can, I'll be impressed. To create the reality that we desire. And so with you being the magician here, I can't fucking talk. Neither can this person. Okay, me and this person are struggling, but we're gonna get through it, okay? Just pile 2. I don't know what to tell you. You just bring the nerves out in this person. But they've seen your ability to manifest. And if they've known you for a while, I think they're wildly impressed by what you've achieved so far. I think that maybe you stand out a lot in comparison to your peers. I think that's maybe one thing that this person notices. But they, once again, I feel like they're kind of blown away, I think, by maybe how little regard you give yourself and how difficult it is for you to see your own greatness. But they see you as having the capabilities of, like, what's the right word? The capabilities of what, Spirit? They see you as having capabilities that seem beyond your age, or seem beyond your, like, someone of your general demographics, like, ability. I think in general, you're just so rare in the way that you look at things and the things that you've already achieved. I think it's a lot for this person. And I think that if this person is more masculine in nature, or, you know, feels a large sense of duty, I think that's a better word. If this person feels a lot of sense of duty, I think that they may be slightly intimidated by your ability to achieve, because it seems like they're not at the same level right now. And I think that you have the desire to maybe explain that that's because you have different levels of awareness, and they're starting to awaken to that. And I think it's maybe overwhelming for them to look at their judgments from the past and realize that they were way off base. Not only that, but that also their whole perspective was skewed and not correct, in the sense that it was distorted. I feel like this person may have projected a lot of their own shadows onto you with this slimy card, and I think they're realizing that they may have been the slime, or that they were just kind of projecting their own fears or their own wounds onto you as a way to maybe be less vulnerable. But they find you to be somebody very generous and very giving, and I think that this person wants more harmony between the two of you. But I think they're very overwhelmed right now by like you can just even hear me breathing. Like, I feel like they're very overwhelmed by the amount of mind fuckery this has been for them. Like, I feel like when you first awaken to this stuff, there's definitely, everybody holds a different level of capacity to awaken and become aware of things. And I think for this person, they have to take it in smaller doses than maybe you did when you were first starting. But I do think that they are starting to experience firsthand maybe things that you've described when it comes to this connection, or when it comes to like psychic phenomena in general. I feel like their third eye is literally opening and they're awakening. And I think this is a really scary experience for them, because it seems like they're having this realization, especially if your person perceives themselves as being old or needing to get their life together. I think they're kind of like, which old and needing to get your life together are two very different things, but I guess those are the descriptors that wanted to come out. This person, I think that their pride is wounded for sure, but I also just think they're very afraid for what the future has in store. And I think they want to give more to you, especially because I think that you've been very giving towards them, and that they want to return the favor. But I think they're having a hard time viewing themselves worthy right now. And with the Magician card being here as well, I feel like this person sees you as someone that is or was fated to come into their life. With the Magician card being here as well, I often, because it is a number 1 and it can be kind of indicative of soulmates and things like that, I feel like this person does perceive you as like a soulmate or someone very special to them, or maybe even potentially the one, if they believe in that sort of thing. And that could be something creating a lot of stress for them as well, because maybe if in the past they didn't treat you right, they kind of have to own up to that. Or maybe this person never thought that they would feel so deeply about someone, or maybe this person never thought that they would want to be in, I don't even know if they're thinking about commitment, but I think the fact that they meeting you and like knowing that you exist and knowing that this deeper connection exists, I think that it gives them a lot of anxiety, because they may be the type of person who's either hyper independent or is maybe more flaky and likes that they have lots of different options, that they could live life in lots of different ways, that things can always unfold in different ways. And I think that your presence in their life means that their options become more limited, and I think that's difficult for their more immature self, in the sense that they kind of want to be able to have the world at their fingertips and be able to do whatever they want. But at the same time, I think they're thinking about like, well, they don't want you to go off and be with other people or do your own thing. So it's like they're realizing that they have to kind of figure out what matters to them. They're having to figure out what's important to them. And I think that they maybe worry sometimes that, what if their perspective is wrong, or what if they're not good enough for you, or what if there's something better for you. I feel like this person paints pictures of their own fear, and paints pictures of their own, they can create self-fulfilling prophecies. And I think that the universe is kind of forcing them to have this almost intense awakening and realize that their own self-projected fears are not their reality, and that they don't have to live in this prison of creating their own miserable reality. And I think that you've played an integral role in that. And I think that that is terrifying to them, because they're like, if I've already been wrong about this, what else am I wrong about? And the fact that they're even looking at it as they were wrong is something that they need to heal, in the sense that, their ego is wounded. They're a bit bruised. I think that they may have really, I think they've been deeply humbled. And I think in this process of being humbled and humbling themselves as well, I think that they may have put you also on a pedestal, and they might feel like they're not good enough for you, or feel like you already view them as trash or no good. I'm thinking with all these frogs here, I'm thinking of like, you have to kiss a lot of frogs to find prince or princess, and it's quite possible that maybe they feel like they're just one of the frogs to you, or they may wonder why you're interested in them, because they feel like they're not good enough. I think that there's a lot of insecurity within this person, and I think that while they admire you, they also worry that they don't have enough to give, despite the desire of wanting to give more. I think, you know, it's just very telling that they're showing up as the Nine of Swords and you're showing up as a major arcana. I think that, I mean, literally called the altar. So like for this person, you know, I mean, obviously they're referencing a different altar than like the altar at like a wedding or something. But I think that this person could see that real deep commitment. They see you as like a solid person and partner, and someone that they could get through ups and downs with and trials and tribulations with. And that's freaky. Like this person is having to come with, this person has experienced the day of reckoning Papa John has always referenced, except maybe not in terms of pizza, just in terms of this person. But they're coming to reckoning, they're coming to terms with everything they thought that they wanted, everything they thought that they knew, the world that they thought that they lived in, and now they are realizing that despite maybe their surroundings not changing much, they're in a world entirely different than they realized. It's like starting a game, and a video game, and like getting halfway through it and then realizing that you are playing it on super difficult mode and reading directions in a different language, and then realizing that like you could have played it in easy mode and there was clear instructions that they just couldn't see. I don't know, that's not a very good metaphor, but like, or analogy. What's the difference between metaphors and analogies? My English people, please help me, because I don't do school anymore. My friends teach me now. Anyway, they're definitely going through a lot. They're going through a lot when it comes to this connection, when it comes to you, when it comes to how they see themselves. My voice feels really shaky. I feel like I want to cry, which is, I am me, myself, I am fine. So that is definitely your person. They're going through a lot. And I think that if they're not comfortable with emotions, it's, oh God. They want to give, but they're simply not giving right now because they can't give to anything. But in the Gen Z of it's giving, this person is giving hella, oh no, I've already made it too cringy, so I'm not even gonna finish. But yeah, this person's very like anxious, and I think very intimidated and overwhelmed. And yeah, so if this sounds like your situation or the person that you've been dealing with, stick around because we're gonna see what they would say to you now. So I will say, like right off the bat, it makes so much sense that your person would come in with all this anxiety, and then they have the Lepidolite stone and the Ascension Tarot. Lepidolite, I still can't talk. Shout out to this person. I will say, if you are somebody who deals with a lot of anxiety, or just, you know, a lot of, or if you desire more calming energy in your life, I will say that Lepidolite is an excellent stone for calming yourself and calming nerves. Celestite is as well, but Lepidolite especially, it's like one of my favorite stones. I put it by my bed every night. Anyway, I will say, if this reading is resonating and you're enjoying it and not cringing at how bad my shuffling is, and you would like to check out more after this reading is over, there will be an extended linked down below. Oh my God. Okay. I feel like this wanted to come out, so we're going to leave that there. But anyway, in the extended, actually, let me say what we're going to do. So after we look at what your person would say to you, we're going to get charms and see if there's any initials, symbols, signs, or guidance that you need to hear. And then we'll finish the reading off with advice. And then we'll move over to the extended, where in the extended, we are going to look at how the energy of the connection is shifting. So what you can expect from the connection in the near future. Then we're going to look at your person's intentions towards you, and then we're going to look at what action they may potentially take, because intentions and action are different. And then we'll see what action Spirit is encouraging you to take, and then we will get channeled messages from them, and then we will finish off with advice. So it's a very juicy extended. So if you're not full, if you're not satisfied after this reading, definitely check out the description after this video is over to get some seconds, because the link to the extended will be down below. And that is a really bad shuffle, and I can't finish on a shuffle that bad, so we just have to do one more, and then we're gonna get into it. So sorry if I repeat anything. I seem to be struggling with my short-term memory right now in this reading. So, Spirit, what would pile 2's person say to pile 2 if they could be completely honest? We have the Chariot. We have the, what is this, the 9? The 9 of Pentacles in reverse and the King of Wands upright. Also, this person say. We have the Queen of Cups in reverse. Then, Spirit, can you clarify the 2 of Swords for me, please? We have the 4 of Wands. Clarifying the Chariot, we have the Ace of Cups in reverse. What about the 9 of Pentacles? Okay, we have the 9 of Cups upright. What about the King of Wands? We have the Devil. And then what about the Queen of Cups in reverse? We have the 8 of Wands in reverse, and on the back of the deck, we have the Ace of Swords. Okay, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. This makes so much sense. So, yeah, I'm honestly shocked the 9 of Swords didn't come up again, but we do have the 9 of Pentacles and the 9 of Cups, so we do have 9 energy in here. But what I'm seeing, just starting off, what they would say to you is kind of a reiteration of what I've already said. They're definitely really struggling with all of the revelations that they have had recently. With the 2 of Swords clarified by the 4 of Wands here, the 4 of Wands is often about things like celebrations, unions, weddings, parties, anything like that. I feel like they don't know where their happiness lies. And I think that your inclusion in their life is something that they don't want to commit to unless they are very sure that this is what they want, and that they know that either you want it as well, or they know they won't get rejected. I do see here, I mean, with the King of Wands here, this person could be a fire sign, Leo, Aries, Sagittarius. We also have Capricorn with the Devil here, Cancer with the Chariot, and we do have the Queen of Cups, so water could be significant as well. I've pretty much gone through the entire fucking zodiac, so whatever resonates for you is fine. I find myself, like, even just in this reading, like, I feel like things are just more complicated than they need to be in terms of how the information is coming to me. I feel like there's just a lot of frustrating aspects of this connection, and it might be due to miscommunication, it might be due to misunderstandings, and I think it's partially just how this connection is meant to be. I think that you and this person are meant to overcome a lot of barriers around communication and things like that, but let me get back into it. I feel like this person doesn't even want to admit, like, even in this reading, like when I'm channeling what they would say to you, they don't even want me to say it, because I don't think that they fully admitted a lot of this to themselves. Because this King of Wands card here is just so emblematic of, they have a lot of ego problems, and maybe that's something that you have as well, but I think that their ego is not really happy with the idea of life that's not according to how they viewed it. Like, They used to look at life as life according to pile two's person, so the person you're asking about, and now they don't know how to look at life. I feel like their ego is wounded. I feel like they don't trust the decisions that they want to make. And while I feel like they want to take action in this connection and they want to move forward towards you, I don't feel like they feel confident enough to take on a very proactive role at this time. With the Ace of Swords being in reverse here, this makes so much sense. So we have the Soul card underneath here, which this is a card exclusive to this deck. And I think that this person has had a soul awakening and they're starting to become aware of their soul and the fact that the desires of their physical urges are different from the desires of their ego, which are different from the desires of their soul, so on and so forth. So I realize, why did I say I realize? So what I think they're saying is that they know that they haven't told you what's going on with them. And the reason why is because they still don't know. They don't know how to communicate their experiences. And so it's kind of like they're being forced to kind of navigate this awakening and navigate what they're going through. And it probably would be useful if they communicated with you, but they feel crazy, if I'm being honest, which most people having a spiritual awakening do. And I think that they're just not ready to talk about it, and maybe they're afraid to say, like, you were right. There's that Nine of Swords that we were talking about. And I think that this person is realizing, like, maybe mental health or something like that has been a huge barrier in terms of them feeling good. And I think maybe they are seeing beyond their mind for the first time and seeing a deeper part of them that's beyond their thoughts, that's beyond the mental realm. And I think it's just as liberating as it is terrifying. I think there's a part of them that finds this connection invigorating and exciting, and part of them wants to run towards you, and the other part of them wants to run away. With the Chariot card being here, I feel like with the Chariot kind of also having Cancerian energy attached to it, I feel like this person is very good at having a soft... Why did I say soft? I meant to say the exact opposite. This person has a very hard exterior, but a very soft heart. But I think that they don't even really pay attention to their heart. I think they view their heart as a weakness, not as an asset. And I think that they have used their ego and their maybe hard exterior as the parts of themselves that they like, and therefore will uphold and continue to embody. And part of this awakening is creating an ego death where they're realizing that they can't be that version of themselves and be completely happy with their life. I feel like this persona of theirs may have been developed by their father. Like maybe they picked up on this from their father, or maybe they had an expectation in their family that they had to be very, very tough. It could have been from their mother as well, but I'm getting a very like masculine energy that they were taught from a young age that to have certain expectations. I feel like this person is honestly really emotionally unstable right now, because it's almost like if their emotional body were like a machine, it's almost like it's been shut down for a really long time. And now it's just being turned back on, and there's a lot of learning to do. There's a lot of kinks to work out. There's a lot of things to heal. And I think this person is kind of reeling right now just from how much emotion has been concealed that they can no longer conceal. So I do see part of like their distance being them kind of taking the time to work through their issues. They might honestly be like over-exercising, like overexerting themselves in some way just to kind of get all this excess energy out. I feel like with this Nine of Pentacles in reverse, I feel like they don't see themselves right now as very like solid in their own independence and where they're at. And I think that is their main concern and their main desire. And I think that you kind of coming into the picture, or their feelings for you becoming so significant, it's altering the way that they saw their future. And I think that they're afraid of what that means. honestly, I'm having a really hard time channeling from this person's perspective, mainly because I feel like they don't even know what they need to know, and they don't even know what to say to you. And honestly, I think the more I try to channel from their perspective, the more I'm going to be confused. So we're just going to reshuffle these cards, and I'm going to ask Spirit what you need to know, because looking at things from their perspective is really just making me more confused, and it's holding up all of our time. So we're going to give these a good reshuffle, and we're going to see from an objective perspective what you need to know, because clearly if I'm going off of what they would say to you, they would say a lot and nothing. That's kind of what they've been doing, and they're running me around in circles and putting different words into my mouth, and I'm just too confused for this, and I'm tired of these cards not shuffling properly. So we are just gonna ask Spirit what you need to know about it. We're still gonna do everything the same. Extended's gonna be the same, because this is really the only part that's from their perspective anyway. So I'm like, fine. We've looked at things from their perspective, and their perspective is making things way too confusing. So let's do it from Spirit. So Spirit, what does pile 2 need to know about this connection at this time? We have the King of Swords. What does pile 2 need to know about the connection? We have the Ace of Wands. See, this is why I didn't want to keep channeling from their perspective, because if there's no valuable information there right now. So, and I don't want to leave you hanging. Okay. Six of Cups. Reverse. Okay, we have the Four of Pentacles. Which way does it want to go? Okay, we're going to do reverse. All right, can we clarify the King of Swords? We have the Queen of Swords. All right, can we clarify the Ace of Wands? We have the Eight of Swords. What about the High Priestess in reverse is clarified by Transcendence in reverse. Okay, what about the Six of Cups in reverse? We have the Seven of Wands upright. And what about the Four of Pentacles in reverse? We have the Eight of Wands in reverse in the same position. How interesting. And on the back of the deck, we have the King of Wands. So I do feel like this is talking about your person. So I feel like what you need to know, just starting off with the King of Swords and the Queen of Swords here, I feel like Spirit is confirming that like you both are thinking about each other a lot, and that there is some coldness, some distance here, but also that you're not wrong in thinking that you are very well complemented towards one another, and that you do, especially on an intellectual level, complement each other very well. I think that you both hold a lot of power in each other's lives, but you may not necessarily realize it. I think that Spirit wants you to know that that you and this person are well matched in terms of how you are, but you both struggle with similar things when it comes to mindset. So when I was talking about all that stuff, if I was describing you as well, I hope you didn't feel too attacked by that. I'm just being honest. But essentially what I'm seeing here is that this is counterpart energy. Like the universe is confirming that you both may be in a very cold, very detached, analytical perspective right now. I feel like there's this worry from you on your end that your person's lack of action is from a lack of attraction or a lack of interest. And your guides are coming through to say that that's not the case at all. In fact, that's just your own fear. And I also think that you may be worried about reigniting things again. When are things going to pick up? And I think the universe is once again saying that you are keeping yourself stuck in an ego loop, worried about timing and things like that when it comes to this person. Because with the High Priestess in reverse and Transcendence in reverse, which this is the World card, there's definitely a lesson when it comes to this connection for you, when it comes to your own intuition, learning to trust it. I think you're not going to find peace in this situation until you learn to trust your intuition and trust that it's guiding you exactly where you need to go, regardless if it leads you towards this person or not. What I think that you may be not realizing is that while this person holds a significant place in your heart and in your life and in your life journey, the lessons that they're teaching you are not solely to do with love. Like, this person is teaching you a lot about yourself and teaching you a lot about the tools that you have at your disposal in order to find peace, in order to find clarity in the present, despite things not maybe happening the way in which you would like them to, in the format in which you would like them to. I think that it's hard for you to trust your intuition when it comes to this connection, and I think that's mainly because there are a lot of feelings here. And I feel like you try to suppress your feelings, and you may even kind of ruminate about the past with this person. And I think that Spirit is really encouraging you to let go, and not let go in the sense of like, screw my person, I'm done with them, I don't care, like, you suck. I just mean letting go in the sense of, you don't know, you may not necessarily know what's in the future, you may not know what is meant to happen, but it does kind of seem like you've done everything in your power that you were meant to, and the universe is kind of asking you to back off and give this person space. And back off sounds like really like aggressive. It's not meant in that way. With the 8 of Wands in reverse, with the 4 of Pentacles in reverse, I just see this as the universe encouraging you to let go and let God. Like, let the universe work itself out. But I think one of the problems in terms of allowing this energy to flow is that you may be getting yourself stuck in the past, or you may be so kind of defensive to anything new entering your space, or anything different from this person entering your space in the meantime. And I think you may be missing out on valuable lessons that could actually expedite this process. Now, when I say expedite this process, I don't mean like there shouldn't be a set outcome with the person that you're asking about. I think that's what your guides are saying. But I think what they're wanting you to recognize is that there isn't a set outcome with the person that you're asking about. And I think that, sorry, I burped. I think that this person may be worried about having a set outcome here, and that actually might be something that's stopping them from talking to you, because maybe they have, I think that they're just afraid in general, and I think that you're maybe getting too stuck in upholding or hoping for one narrative events to happen between the two of you. And I think that it's hard for you to remember at times that things can fluctuate as energy changes. And I think that you may be kind of holding on to certain things in the past. And I think the universe is saying that whenever this situation comes around, or when it's meant to come around, it's not going to be under the same circumstances and the same pretenses. So trying to replicate similar events in hopes of having getting this person's attention or engaging with this person, I feel like the universe is saying, like, wait for this person to come to you. I feel like that's not only what they want to do, but also I think that they kind of need to develop the confidence in themselves to go after what they want and recognize their value. And I think that you maybe recognize your value a little bit better than this person does. And you might honestly be closing a lot of people off in hopes that this person will get it figured out. And I think this person is getting it figured out. But I feel like the universe is reminding you that you don't have to stop living your life while waiting for this person to figure it out, which, not saying that you're waiting for anyone, but it does kind of give me the vibe that you might be like waiting on this person. And I think the universe is saying no time is wasted as long as you're doing what makes you happiest. And I think it's just important to remind yourself that you're not bound to any single person or any single timeline. The most important question you need to be asking yourself is if you're happy and you're at peace with where you're at. Because it really doesn't matter who's by your side. If you're not happy and you're not at peace, like, if having someone by your side is likely not going to change that. I think that Spirit is really encouraging you to go within, as frustrating as that sounds. But I think that it will be really helpful for you, because you might be basing what this person says or does towards you as validation, and it shouldn't be, because the only reason that this person is really holding back right now is because they feel very insecure. They're trying to figure themselves out. With the 8 of Wands in reverse, we had the Queen of Cups in reverse up here with your person, right? with the Eight of Wands in reverse. And so this person doesn't feel safe to take action because their emotions are everywhere and they don't know how to deal with this emotion. They feel very vulnerable. They feel very unsafe. And I feel like Spirit is saying there will be a reconciliation here. There will be a reunion. You will be able to communicate with this person, but you kind of have to work through the past here, work on releasing, work on forgiving, work on yourself, because that is going to help you as well. And I think the more you kind of forget about the situation and how things are going to play out and focus more on your own immediate stuff and trust that this is all going to work out in time, that is going to lead you to the best result here. And I think what your guides are really saying is that getting in your head about this situation is not going to help you. While you do have a very balanced perspective in general, I don't think you have a very balanced perspective of this person and your situation, only because you have so much feeling attached to it, and so does this person. The fact that you both feed energy and like you both share energy and send energy back and forth, I think that may create some confusion as well. I think you definitely pick up on this person's like physical or possibly sexual energy for some of you. But I think you know in your heart that you need to let this person take action towards you. And I think it's just hard to accept that. And I think the universe is really just encouraging you, instead of being frustrated by this aspect, don't even think about this person. Like, think about you. Like, feed more energy into yourself. The only way you're going to work through this cycle is if you work through it. I feel like there's almost a refusal to want to engage with life or engage with other things right now because you might be frustrated with where your connection is at, or frustrated with where you're at in the universe. And I think the universe is saying, you know, this is all temporary. Remember that. But we have to shift your energy. We have to shift things. Things need to be moved around in order to move forward. And I think maybe if you're kind of stuck in a standstill right now, the universe is trying to remind you that it's very much so in your own head. And with the Eight of Swords here, the Eight of Swords is always, you know, about mental prisons that we lock ourselves in. Like with the key here, you literally have the key to get out of this. You don't have to be stuck in this energy. And I think it starts by letting go of your thoughts when it comes to this person and just accepting and trusting and accepting the fact that you don't know the answers right now. You don't have the answers right now, but you trust that the universe will bring them to you. And the more you focus on cultivating your own joy, the easier it will be to allow this situation to manifest as it should for the highest good of all. I don't know if that made any sense. I'm not gonna lie, I was like half here for all of that. But Spirit said it's time for charms. So I hope you got what you needed out of that. That was very weird. I very rarely feel like I need to like completely change what I'm doing. But I think really what you need to know is that you might actually be picking up on this person's anxiety about this situation as well. So always ask yourself, like, if you find yourself unnaturally worried or fearful or something like that, if it's even yours, because you might be picking up on other people's energy. But I really think you're being asked and encouraged not to give up on life or give up on... I didn't finish that correctly because I was burping. Not to give up on life being fun or life being the satisfying or how you've always pictured it or how you want it to be, because things don't look right with this person. I feel like Spirit is encouraging you to cultivate the life of your dreams without this person in mind and just with you in mind, because that's what's going to attract the right person. But I think it could be the exact thing you need to do to attract this person. I think it's heavily dependent on what you do. And if you've reached this point of the reading and you're just feeling confused, I think that's a sign that I'm confused too, bro, and I am trying my best here. So I've asked you different questions and I hope that you got some answers out of that. But we're gonna move into charms now because I got two other piles to do. I got an extended to do, and this don't necessarily pay my bills. The extended does. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get letters and numbers and also charms to see if there's any advice, any signs, anything that Spirit wants you to know. and then we'll finish off with advice. But don't these take away from you, just take them as extra confirmation. So Spirit, what letters and numbers are significant to pile 2, please? Okay. And then I am going to shake my charm box, and it's going to be really loud. So I would encourage you, if you do not have if you have headphones in, or you know, the speakers are loud, I would just suggest you turn them down or something, because I'm going to shake this and I don't want your precious little ears to hurt. So I'm going to shake this in 3, 2, 1. Mr. Candle. Then for transparency's sake, my eyes are closed. Pile 2. Spirit, significant to them. Okay. All right. Okay. We also have this out here. Do we have anything else? All right. That looks like that. I did just want to finish off. Oh, we also have this. Finish off by saying that clearly my anxiousness and uncertainty about this reading, I think, is probably mirroring what you and this person are experiencing, but I can't help but still feel bad and kind of guilty that I don't feel like I got a concise message out. So I'm just saying this doesn't happen all the time if you're new here, but sometimes I can only get so much. So I hope I did get enough to help. Oh man, I'm already getting ridiculous messages. So let's just go ahead and start. So to start, we have this cage, and we also have a P in it, which I did get this almost feeling of like, this person is very attracted to you in that way. They might feel like they are locked out, like, you know, the Bruno Mars song, Locked Out from Heaven. They might feel like they're locked out a little bit, but I also feel like this person just deals with a general feeling of feeling like they're trapped. And I feel like Spirit is saying, 1, you and this person are not trapped by your own thoughts. Oh my God, I'm sorry, I have to move that aside because we have to talk about, this has never happened in a reading before, but you guys got both of the matches, so perfect match. So it seems like you and this person are a perfect match for each other. That King and Queen of Swords, you are counterparts. You could be divine. I mean, we have two matchsticks here that would produce flames. So for some of you, if you resonate with a term related to that, that could be a confirmation of that. You both may kind of feel trapped by this connection, in the sense that if you both feel bound to one another and things aren't going well, you might feel like you are being held back in life, that you are feeling trapped. So I feel like, but I think that is an illusion, that Spirit is wanting you to know that, you know, this P is being really dramatic. And the thing is, I'm not saying you are, but this P definitely is. And the thing is that it didn't start out in this cage, and that it can get out if I toy with it enough. But yeah, like it can come out. I'm not going to sit here and try and waste your time, but I do think that you both deal with, see, look, I decided I wasn't going to try, I surrendered, and my problem was solved. There is a perfect example of how the universe lets things work out, or helps work things out, when you surrender. I surrendered, and I got that P out of there. So, yeah, in terms of feeling trapped, I think instead of trying to overcome these thoughts, surrendering them and not entertaining them, I think could be more helpful. You and this person are not trapped. That is a mental illusion. But I think you might want to look at feelings of being trapped and look at how your head might be contributing to distortions. Same with this person, but I don't know if they're watching. Distortions when it comes to your connection, because I think your own insecurities and this person's own insecurities may be contributing to how you both feel about each other, or contributing to you both maybe being more intimidated or overwhelmed by one another or more defensive. Because, I mean, the King and Queen of Swords, they look defensive. They look cold and more closed off. And so I think that you both are kind of working on your mindset, how you talk about things, your words, things like that. We have the Shamrock here. So I do think that there is luck pertaining to this connection. I think that there's a lot of good luck when it comes to this connection. And I also think that for some of you, Irish ancestry or Ireland itself could be significant, or maybe St. Patrick's Day or St. Patrick himself, or maybe the name Patrick. We also have a black dog and a white dog. The white dog always makes me think of the Fool card. So, because there is a white dog in the Fool card. So, well, this dog used to be white, but it's been in my charm box. But anyway, I do think that this person feels like you're kind of two sides of the same coin. Like, you both have a lot of similarities, but differences as well. And I think that this person thinks that you both complement each other very well. I also think, though, like, just having the light and the dark here, I feel like you are being encouraged to balance your light and your shadow sides, and be aware that the more you work towards ascending and the more light that you experience, the more the light casts awareness to your shadows. So I think Spirit is saying, you know, the more you ascend and evolve, the more growth there is to do. But the beautiful thing is that the more you do grow, the more tools and understanding and awareness you have, so that you can heal and grow in even better ways. And dogs in general could just be significant to this connection. They could be an important sign. But I do think with the Fool card, like this dog reminding me of the Fool card, I do think there could be a new beginning here, or that's what it's heading towards. I mean, obviously Spirit thinks you're a perfect match. With the ladybug being here, I always view this as inner child healing and also good luck. I also saw once as well that like ladybugs can be attracted to you if you're especially grounded. So this might be encouragement to work on your grounding, focus on your grounding. But I also think that Spirit is saying you might want to look into inner child healing of some kind, or spend time with your inner child, because that may help give you answers, or may just help you feel more grounded. Or it may be a sign that this connection will help you both heal your inner children. We have the electric guitar here. And then I just heard that song, like, I don't know what the song is, but I just heard, like, I'm in love with an emo girl. So I don't know if that's significant to y'all, but pay attention to, like, songs and signs and music. If you feel like there's a significant song, it could be because there likely is. With the coffee and the tea charm here, it's quite possible that you could see this person for coffee or tea. But I also kind of take this as a sign for some of you that maybe a lot of your racing thoughts and pent-up energy, restlessness, could be due to over-caffeinating yourself. So be aware of your caffeine intake, I say, as I sip my tea with caffeine in it. But I'm just the messenger. I don't have to listen because it's not my reading. Anyway, we also have the camper here. And I think that Spirit is really saying your biggest focus right now should be on making yourself a happy camper. But I also see this as well for some of you. You may be encouraged, like if you've been wanting to go on a retreat or kind of go out into nature on your own, Spirit might be encouraging that. But I also think that if travel is needed to see this person, that could be something in the cards happening sooner rather than later, something I just heard. But I also think, though, that Spirit is saying, you know, especially with this like little heart on the door, that the connection with this person is a journey, and that it's really, there is no destination. It's kind of about the experience of being together in this lifetime on this planet and having the experiences that you're meant to have. It's not about, you're not meant to just hitch your camper and go to one vacation spot and that's it. You know, you're meant to see things, do things, grow and evolve. And there might be some bumps along the way. There might be some separations. There might be some highs and lows, but that's life. And no matter how perfectly matched you are for each other, there's always going to be growing pains. And I think Spirit is asking you to let go of the idea of this person and let go of the idea of what you think you want with them, instead be open to the beautiful ride and the beautiful journey that the universe has for you. And we also have living my best life. So I feel like Spirit is further reiterating that the best thing you can do for yourself is try to live your best life and trust that this person will either catch up with you or you will attract the perfect person, which I do think, if you think that this person is. I think that this person just needs time to grow and ascend the way you have. And we'll look at the extended as well, like where they're headed. But I definitely think that the best thing you can do for yourself is just stay in your own lane and focus on you. So let's go ahead and look at letters and numbers now. To start, we have F, we have N, we have P, we have A. It's just made me think of Step Brothers, you know, that scene where they're being interviewed and the HR lady's name is Pam and they like don't understand the word Pam, like the name Pam, like they keep calling her Pan and like anything other than Pam. I don't know why that could be significant. I'm getting a lot of places like San Francisco, Pennsylvania, Spanish coast. I don't even know where that, well, I would assume that is the coast of Spain. The Spanish coast would be the coast of Spain, but I don't know. Sul, that makes me think of The Sims, so The Sims could be significant. So we have S-U-L. We have 2 U's, which I can't help but almost feel like Spirit really wants you to pay attention to the assumptions that you may project onto your person, because it's quite possible that the projections that you have may be saying more about yourself than about what you think that this person is doing or how you think they may feel or see things. I think you're being encouraged to pay attention to how you look at things and the projections that you make. Yeah, we have that A-L, so we have 2 A's, right? We have an H, we have an I, we have another A, we have a Z, we have an M, we have a C, we have a P, so we have 2 P's. Aw, you guys are like 2 peas in a pod. We have another C, so repeating letters could be significant. And I think that's all of the letters, so let me make sure. We don't have very many numbers. The only number we have is the number 8 and the number 2. So 28, 82 could be significant or not. August 2nd or February 8th could be significant. But yeah, in terms of letters, we have N, A, P, I need a nap, S, F, U, U, L, A, C, Z, P, C, M, H, A, I. So those are the charms. So if there's any resonating letters, numbers, that's that. But we're going to go ahead and finish the free version of this reading off with some final advice for you to see what messages Spirit has for you. So to start, we have meditate and contemplate, new moon in Pisces, which makes a lot of sense because we have that High Priestess in reverse. So I feel like one problem is that you may be trusting what your brain is telling you or like what your assumptions are telling you rather than going in and meditating. I think you're really being encouraged to take this time where there may be less action with your person and instead take that time as a sign to spend it with yourself and to really challenge the things that your brain tells you and challenge the narratives that you accept as truth and see, are they really true or am I just making that my reality? We also have Inner Temple, devotion, tune into the portal of your heart. So I feel like Spirit is really saying here, like your heart will not lead you astray. But I think that, you know, it's hard to trust your heart, especially with the King and Queen of Swords here. I feel like you and your person are maybe trusting your egos more than what your heart is telling you. Maybe because you're not communicating, maybe because you don't know how this person feels or you're afraid of rejection. But I think Spirit is really saying you're not going to find answers about this person and the outside world. I mean, clearly I've just tried to channel it for however long I've been sitting here and it was quite the challenge. So I can't even imagine how difficult it feels for you, but remember, it is your connection and you have more awareness than you realize. We also have surrender your ego, cultivate gratitude, be of service to others, and come from your heart. A big ego can work against you, but humility will further your goals. We also have embrace your emotions, allow your feelings to surface and be accepted. I feel like this is so important because you might be ashamed of your feelings, or you might also suppress them, and you may not even realize. You might be like, why isn't this person telling me how they feel? And it's like, have you even like admitted to yourself how you feel about this person? Because that might be a great place to start if you haven't yet. But I think Spirit is really asking you to embrace your emotions and accept them for what they are without needing a reason why. Like, you're allowed to feel some type of way for no logical reason. You're completely entitled to your feelings. You don't have to explain them or logic them away. And finally, we have gratitude. Showing gratitude will make room for what you want to manifest. Well, I just butchered the sentence. Showing gratitude will make room for what you want to effortlessly materialize in your life. So I think Spirit is asking you to remember what you do already have. Don't let this person or their lack of action sour you or make you think that there's something wrong with you, because that's not the case. But pile two, you're pile two. I think I'm gonna leave this reading here. Thank you so much for getting through this. I really hope that this helped. Thank you so much for watching me and for watching my ads or just letting them sit and run in the background. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me and my channel if you enjoy what I do. But if you'd like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already, and click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can also check out my social media, though do be aware that there are tons of scammers pretending to be me and that I do not offer personal readings. So if someone is pretending to be me and offering you a personal reading, they're not me, they're a liar. Don't give them your money. And that's all I have. So to my extended people, I'll see you there. But if you're leaving me here, which is absolutely fine, thank you guys so much for watching and for being here. I really hope that this reading resonated and you got everything that you were looking for. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Dalmatian Jasper stone as well as the Intuitive Night Goddess Tarot, this is going to be your reading. Now, before we get into it, I do quickly want to say I have a small request. If y'all could pray for my nails to grow back long and strong, please do that, because I am stuck with nubby nails until they kind of heal a bit, because my half of my pinky nail got ripped off, and it actually really doesn't hurt that bad, but yeah, so I have to give my nails some time to heal, which sucks because I love my long nails. I love having long nails. I had them well before I ever even had a YouTube channel, and I just feel like less of myself when I don't have them. So yeah, pray that those come back soon, but I hope Nubby Nail ASO is okay for now. But with that out of the way, let's talk about how this reading is going to work really quickly. Before we get into what they would say to you, which is what we're going to use the tarot for, we're going to do a quick energy check where, I say quick, but I don't time my reading, so who knows. We're going to look at everything from your person's perspective. So we're going to see how they're looking at themselves, how they are looking at the connection, and how they are looking at you at this time. If this sounds like you and only you and your perspective, you've probably found your pile. I would encourage you to check another pile if you're not interested in hearing things from your perspective, but who knows, you might have some interesting insights. If it sounds like your person, that's wonderful. It means you found the right pile. I just want to remind everyone to be aware that it is coming from this person's subjective perspective. So you may not necessarily agree with everything that I'm reading, in the sense that maybe you perceive it differently or something like that. So just be aware that it's not objective, it is subjective towards this person. But let's go ahead. Oh, and if it doesn't resonate at all, there's likely no readings. If none of the piles resonate, there's likely not a message for you in this video, but I hope one does. I'm happy you're here. Thank you for being here and getting through my spiel. So let's start with how your person is seeing themselves. So to start, we have the ring, which is the Ace of Cups. We have the zebra. And we have no bull. And then in terms of how they are viewing the connection between the two of you, we have attraction. The energy of attraction amplifies the qualities that attract and support us on our journey toward inner balance and harmony. We have contraction, inner world mending being. And we have Chinamasta. Probably not saying that correctly, so I'm going to ask for the help of my Hindu friends. What is the best, how do I pronounce that as a native English speaker? I'm unsure how. But let's go ahead and look at how they are viewing you. So to start, we have the rose, which is the Two of Cups. We have the tarantula and the cobra. Oh, this is interesting. And dream travel. Okay, you know what? I'm already less sad. Thank you, Pile 3. Thank you for being here, because you know what? This energy, this vibe, this already makes my day better. So thank you. Let's go ahead and start with your person. I'm really excited by this energy. With the Ace of Cups being here, I feel like this person is really starting to grasp the concept of self-love and how important it is in life in general. And I feel like with this Ace of Cups, this person and the zebra, this person is starting to recognize their value, their worth, the beautiful things that they contribute to the world, their uniqueness. And I think they are realizing just how special they are. I think that this person probably struggles with self-esteem issues. And I think that maybe they have felt more comfortable keeping themselves small. And I think that your connection has played a huge role in helping this person recognize their true worth and their true value. But with the Ace of Cups as well, I feel like this person is recognizing that they're having significant feelings for you and that this is something that they want to explore. With the No Bull card being here and the Ace of Cups, this person is realizing that they can't really lie to themselves anymore about how this connection makes them feel, about how you make them feel, and about what is truly meant for them. I feel like this person is going through tons of transformation right now. And one of the biggest things that they're realizing, I mean, we have this triangle here, which I think that they've definitely had a spiritual awakening of some kind. I don't know why I just short-circuited there. But your person, they're definitely getting more in touch with their intuition, and their logical brain is not such a barrier anymore. It definitely could still be a barrier. We'll look at that in the tarot, but this person is starting to gain more confidence in themselves. They're starting to honor their feelings rather than suppress them. Well, actually, you know what I think it is that if this person has been suppressing their feelings for a long time, I think that it's reaching this point where they can't really lie to themselves anymore. And I don't think they want to lie to themselves anymore. Because when we look at this attraction card, the energy of attraction amplifies the qualities that attract and support us on our journey towards inner balance and harmony. This person feels like you bring a lot of balance to their life in general. They feel a very harmonious connection with you. And I feel like a lot of their attraction to you, which it's a lot, the way I see it, there's a lot of different aspects to their attraction. But the biggest one is just that it feels right to them. Your connection feels right to them, and they feel at peace when they're around you. Your energy makes them feel at peace. Your perspective makes them feel at peace. And I feel like this person just can't help but be drawn to you and long for you or want to be near you. And it's a little bit interesting because with the contraction card being here, I feel like this person is really taking time right now to kind of go within and heal things that maybe are stopping them from wanting to be open to this connection. Or maybe every time after this person sees you, they kind of have to go within and evaluate themselves, evaluate how they're feeling, and kind of like process everything, if that makes sense. But I feel like this person views your connection as incredibly healing and is really helping them heal themselves, whether you realize it or not. And I think one very important distinction to make here is that it's not really you doing the healing, like, consciously. I mean, you could be doing healing stuff for this person, so that could be helpful. But I think that just your energy and your presence and the way that you treat this person are all indicative of signs that this person views you as like a safe and healthy person. But here's what's interesting with this tarantula and this cobra. There's definitely still fear here. Quite a bit of fear, I must say, but it's not enough to overpower what's occurring here. So let's talk about the Two of Cups and the way that this person is seeing you. Most of you know what the Two of Cups is. This is a very unconventional Two of Cups, but it essentially represents harmony, partnership, connections, spiritual connections, happy, harmonious connections when upright. And I think that this person is seeing you as like their ideal match. Like with the Two of Cups, they've got one cup and they're like, oh, there's my other cup. Like, I want to make two cups with this person. And here's the thing about that. I feel like this person is maybe not typically not, I feel like this person is very afraid of their feelings for you. And here's why. The fact that we have the tarantula and the cobra, I think this person is awakening to the truth of this connection. For a lot of you, this could be a very like spiritual connection. Doesn't have to be. But with the dream travel, I would not be surprised if you're showing up in this person's dreams, or if they're having a lot of interesting like psychic experiences or synchronicities related to you. And when we look at, when you actually look at this Chinnamasta card, she's the goddess of radical self-transcendence. And she's often called the headless goddess as well, because she intentionally cuts off her own head in order to get out of her own way, and like achieve enlightenment. I mean, I'm like not explaining it in an eloquent way. It's actually, you should Google her and like read about her. She's actually really fascinating. But essentially, if you think of the head as the ego, it's essentially like cutting off your own head in order to become who you're truly meant to be, to self-actualize and to transcend the limiting beliefs and the things that hold you back. So I feel like this person, actually it's so interesting too how similar the attraction card is to the Chinnamasta card, because I almost feel like this person maybe avoided you for a really long time because they were afraid of change, they were afraid of growth. But I think something has already happened to where they've already started transcending, they've already started awakening, and they're starting to realize how good it feels. And I think they're realizing that, you know, the pain of letting go of the past, the pain of change is so much more worth it than being stuck in old cycles that are no longer fulfilling. I think this person is realizing that, like, if they were losing a zest for life, I think that this spiritual awakening or these spiritual experiences that they're having, that include you, by the way, I want to mention, like, they include you. You play an integral role in this, which I wouldn't be shocked if that goes into what this person wants to say to you. But they avoided change and was so afraid of it for so long that now that it's actually started to happen, which I do think the universe may have kickstarted it for them because they may have been holding back. I I think they're just realizing how good it feels to self-actualize. And I think maybe they've watched you do that from a distance, or they've watched you kind of follow your own path, and they want to do the same. I think that they're very inspired by you, and they think you're very like physically attractive. I'm not gonna lie, we have a lot of fire here. So you and them could both be fire signs, or you could both have a lot of the same element, or maybe you have the same element as your sun, or the same element as your moon, or whatever the case may be. But we have a lot of fire here, so Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. We also have a little bit of Saturn energy, and Saturn rules Capricorn, so Capricorn energy could be significant as well. But what I really see here is that I'm sorry, I love this spread so much, and I'm like seeing so much, so sorry if this is really scrambled, but I'm trying my best to get all of it. I just find it really interesting that you're being seen as the rose, but then also the tarantula and the cobra, which are two animals that most people are very, very afraid of, and most people wouldn't even try to touch or try to handle. You know, people that work with reptiles and tarantulas and things like that, they're a special breed. And I think that this person is a special breed in the sense that most people couldn't handle a connection like this. Most people couldn't handle being in a connection with a person like you. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean that as a compliment. The intensity that this person feels with you, the fear attached to that as well. It's like they feel and sense danger and want to run in the opposite direction, but they can't, because you're integral to their truth. Like, just understanding this connection, discovering this connection more, it's very integral to them discovering themselves, as they've come to realize. And so now they have this interesting predicament of, I better learn how to handle tarantulas and cobras, because I'm not gonna not have this person in my life. Like, I feel like this person is starting to realize that the pros outweigh the risks of exploring this connection further. And I think what's really interesting is the tarantula talks about dharma, or our soul's deeper purpose, and the cobra kind of talks about the inner teacher being silent, still, waiting. And I feel like this person is wanting to get to know you better, but they're also viewing you already as someone who is aligned with their deeper life purposes, and also someone who can teach them a lot. And I think that is really scary, because there's so much to be attracted to, and I feel like this person worries about messing it up or losing it, or not being able to hold all this light or hold the energy and the connection. I feel like this person is very afraid of being hurt, but at the same time, it's like being a rose with thorns. I think this person is afraid to get pricked, but that's not going to stop them from enjoying your essence as a whole. You know, they can't lie to themselves anymore. So I feel like this person has definitely been pretty standoffish, because I think they've been afraid of their feelings, and likely afraid of being open and vulnerable with you, which they likely haven't. But I feel like the universe has just been bombarding them with signs about you. If you've seen this person recently, I feel like that just only fully confirmed their like idea that you are something special, that you both have something really special together. This person really feels at peace with you, and I think they're learning a lot about themselves through their connection through you. I think this person is having really interesting dreams about you. So if you're dreaming about this person, I think that it goes both ways. And I think overall this person is kind of overwhelmed by the feelings that they have for you. It's almost like they can't really ignore them anymore. And I think that they're viewing you as an ideal partner. So if you're already with them, then I think that would make a lot of sense. But they're viewing you as someone that they can grow with, someone that they can learn a lot from, someone that they could also help. And I think that they are feeling excited for what's to come, and feeling excited for how they're going to grow, because a lot of your role in their life is helping them learn a lot about themselves, which I would say it is quite likely that you have experienced the same thing. And with the Two of Cups here and them viewing you this way, I feel like this person views you as the perfect balance of like giving them motivation and direction to follow their purpose. And I also think they may be attracted to you. One of the reasons they may be attracted to you so much is because maybe you're following your own and living your truth, but also, you know, there's room for growth here. There's room for a lot of evolution, and I think this person is afraid of that challenge, but they want it because they can't ignore it any longer. So to you, to them, you are just like this like beautiful ethereal being that they fully recognize they have a special connection to. And I think that there's a lot of desire to let go of resistance here. So if that sounds like your connection, let's go ahead and see what this person would say to you. I'm gonna go ahead and put these two cards back. And I will quickly mention while I shuffle these cards, if you finish the reading on here and you decide you're not satisfied and you're hungry for seconds, there will be an extended for this video, which will be linked down below in the description box and the comment section. And in that extended, we are going to be looking at, oh my goodness, okay, well, you guys need to chill out. It's not your time yet. We will be looking at the energy the connection is shifting into. We will be looking at your person's intentions towards you. We will also be looking at action they may take towards you in the near future. And we'll look at action that the universe is recommending you take in the near future. We will also get channeled messages from them. And we will finish off with more advice. But after we do the tarot here, we will do charms and advice. Charms and letters and numbers. So let's give these one more good shuffle. And then that was a bad shuffle, so we have to do one more good shuffle. And then we'll be good. So I simply cannot live with shitty shuffles. Okay. Spirit, what would pile 3's person say to pile 3 if they could be completely honest? Okay, so we have the Knight of Pentacles in reverse. We have the Four of Wands upright. You know what I'm hearing right now? That song, Celebrate Good Times. We have the Knight of Swords. We have the Three of Wands. We have the Hermit. Okay. Can we clarifying the Knight of Pentacles, we have the Ten of Wands in reverse. Clarifying the Four of Wands, we have the Moon. Clarifying the Knight of Swords, we have the Ace of Swords. Clarifying the Three of Wands, we have the King of Pentacles. And clarifying the Hermit, we have the Seven of Swords in reverse. Okay, bottom of the deck is the Two of Wands in reverse. Okay, this is actually really interesting. I want to start with the Two of Wands, actually, because what this person wants to say to you, as I've already said, is very interesting. And I think a lot of it is more so an explanation of where they've been and what they've been experiencing in regards to you and the connection. Starting with the Two of Wands in reverse, I feel like this connection really threw off their plans. And I say plans with like air quotations because these plans aren't necessarily like, they were never set in stone for this person, but I think they had a general idea of like where they wanted their life to go. They may have even been as like detailed as to be like, okay, by age blah blah blah, I wanna have this done, or by age this. I feel like you were not in this person's plan, and they did not plan to have you come into their life, right? And I feel like they're very grateful that their plan didn't necessarily work, because you are leading them to what they wanted, whether they are fully aware of it or not. I think they're almost happy that, I think they're realizing that the plans that they made when they were younger do not have to be what they stick to. But I think they were really stubborn for a long time and were trying to stick to some sort of plan. It really fits with the No Bull card that we saw earlier. It's like this person was really stubborn and they didn't want to change who they were, what they were doing in order to accommodate this connection. And I think that's because there was a great degree of stubbornness and also a great degree of fear and intimidation and just uncertainty when it came to you. And I think that it all compounded into being very, very overwhelming. With the Knight of Pentacles in reverse, with the Ten of Wands in reverse, this person has already a lot on their plate, and I think they have for a really long time. But I think they also maybe overconflated, or I think overconflated that. I don't think that's a word. They may have conflated or distorted. I guess let me use the word distorted. They may have distorted their value. They may have had how do I say this correctly? They may have had a distorted perception around their value as a human being when it comes to how much money they make in their work. I feel like this person is kind of a workaholic and may even use work to kind of escape from their feelings. And I think that this is something that they are indicating here, that actually in a weird way, your connection has motivated them to work harder, and work has also provided a very calming, or I guess I would say calming because they have kind of stressed energy. It's given them respite from having you on their mind, thinking about the connection and things like that. I feel like this person is becoming aware that this is a much deeper and much more significant connection than they may have originally thought. And I think it's interesting that the Ace of Cups and the Two of Cups showed up in the energy check, because here it's like this person is kind of outlining like why they have had such a hard time maybe giving you answers, or giving you maybe they've been hard to like work with, maybe they've been hard, like hot and cold or something like that. But I feel like this person is the type of person to shut down when they're very uncertain of something and overwhelmed. And I feel like with this Hermit upright and the Seven of Swords in reverse, they don't want you to take their silence as a lack of interest or a lack of desire to communicate with you. I think that this person is just really going within and listening to their intuition about you and listening to what the universe has to say about this connection, because they don't want to mess anything up. Like I think they are very, very afraid of doing the wrong thing or messing something up. And I also think they're uncertain of how you feel about them. But also with this introspection card, if you have a history with this person, if they betrayed you or hurt you in the past, I think that they had to do a lot of soul searching after doing that. I don't think that betraying you was something that they realized would, one, hurt you that badly, because I think they didn't value themselves and their own actions. But also I think they didn't realize how badly it would hurt themselves to betray you. And I think now, with this Ace of Swords and this Knight of Swords, this person really wants to tell you what they've learned. They really want to talk more deeply about what they've been discovering about the universe. I feel like they want to talk about your connection. I feel like they want to tell you they see a lot more clearly now. I feel like there could have even been people around them that were making them confused. And I don't even think this is necessarily in regards to you, but just in confused towards what they want out of life. I also feel like this person is the type to really provide and protect others. And I think at times they may have left themselves vulnerable, just being too busy protecting others and worrying about their interests. So it's almost like this person may have also used taking care of the people around them as an excuse not to address what they're feeling about this connection. And I do sense an energy of this person. I think this is more a past thing, but for some of you, this could be present, like avoiding you, because they're not ready to talk yet, but they're getting there. I mean, with the Ace of Swords and the Knight of Swords, like, they want to talk to you. They actually have a lot that they want to tell you about. And it's interesting because I don't know if they want to tell you about their feelings. I almost feel like they want to tell you more about the impact that you've had on them and the excitement they feel when they're around you. Because with the Four of Wands here, I feel like this person is just very, very happy when they're around you. They feel joyful. They feel more grateful to be alive. They feel like they have so much fun with you. And I think that for some of you, obviously take this with a grain of salt, but I feel like they see you as someone they could really have a beautiful future with. And with the Moon, it's like they're not sure, but they're reaching this point where they want to find out. Like with the Moon card being here, it's like no matter how much they try to ignore your connection, it's like your energy lingers in the background, or no matter how much they try to keep themselves safe by avoiding the connection, which in their mind keeping themselves safe because they feel fear, the more they just feel drawn to you and they can't even understand why. There's definitely a lot of fear in the sense of this person sees a future with you, and I think that's really scary because it's forcing them to process like, oh, I'm getting older and life is changing and this is scary, and I think that this person is just going through the motions of learning how to overcome the fear of the unknown. And I think that this person is like look at how badly my hands are shaking. Like this is not, I mean, I am a caffeinated queen, but like my hands don't typically shake like this that often. So I do feel like this person has a lot of nerves, and I feel like if you've seen them recently, I feel like there's a lot more they've wanted to tell you. They just haven't known how to like bring it up. And actually it's interesting because it's like I'm getting less of what they would actually say and more just the fact that they want to explain why they haven't told you more yet, or why you haven't had deeper conversations. But with the Three of Wands and the King of Pentacles, this person is making plans to continue growing in a healthy way. And I think that in terms of the King of Pentacles and the Three of Wands, I feel like they want you to know that they do see a future with you, and that they are right now working on becoming this solid King of Pentacles. They may also view you as this as well, as someone very abundant, someone very stable. And I feel like this person really wants to co-create with you. I feel like with the Three of Wands, they think that your futures together could be very bright, and they think that you feel like a safe person to take a leap of faith with because they've seen you grow, they've seen your evolution, or you've told them about your evolution. They've either seen it through you showing them like who you've been and where you are now, or if they've known you for a long time, they've seen this progression of you becoming the person that you are today. And I think that they love this version of you, and I feel like the growth that you've had inspires them to continue growing as well. And I feel like this person sees you as somebody that they feel like they could become a better person with, rather than vice versa. So I feel like for them, they're saying right now, you know, they would tell you that they're definitely overwhelmed with things in their own life, and they may be using that as an excuse to kind of avoid their feelings and avoid the discomfort of the truths here. But this person does want to tell you the truth. This person has gotten clarity on you and the connection, and I think they're realizing that, you know, they may be afraid of what a future with you looks like, but they're becoming far more afraid of a future without you in general. So I feel like that's kind of where they're at. And I think that they want you to know moving forward, if communication with this person is sporadic, it's not because they're intentionally playing games with you. I think it's because they're taking time to go within and to think. We have Virgo energy with introspection, and as a Virgo moon, Virgo energy is just very analytical, and it can be incredibly incessant and obsessive with how it analyzes things. So I feel like this person, you know, may get stuck really deep into thought patterns at times. And I think they're learning how to overcome that. You may have played a role in that, but I do think it's actually very interesting because we have Virgo energy with introspection, and we have Pisces energy with the moon. And Virgo and Pisces are opposite, or they're opposing one another. So Pisces energy is kind of like the exact, it's kind of hard to say exact opposite, but it's much different from Virgo energy. So Pisces energy is a lot more like fluid and go with the flow. It's a water sign. It's the last sign of the zodiac. So it kind of encompasses everything with the unseen. I'm bad at describing astrology things, but essentially I feel like this person is battling between what they intuitively feel about you, which is, 1, they feel very strongly for you. 2, they feel like there is a future to be had here, something that they want to explore. And 3, there's definitely uncertainty and fear when it comes to exploring this, because this connection is really beautiful, and I feel like this person is worried. It's almost like they're afraid of exploring it because what if it's not as good as they hoped, or what if they were wrong and it just ends up being another mistake or something like that. And I think that they are realizing that they've been holding themselves back in life and not living life and exploring life out of fear of what ifs. And I think with this King of Pentacles, they are taking the steps needed to become so secure in themselves that even if they take a risk and it doesn't happen in a way that they would hope, that they can still be okay, that they can still come back from it and heal. And I think all the healing they've been doing has made them realize that they really can get through anything. And I think that they really just want to explore what life with you could be like. I think, though, with the Warrior of Pentacles, or that's the Knight of Pentacles, and the Ten of Wands in reverse, I feel like this person is maybe very afraid of commitment, unless you're already in a committed relationship with them. But this person may be very afraid of solid commitment, or they may be worried that they can't always be dependable. But I feel like that's something that they're working through. I feel like they notice you as someone who's very patient and very kind and understanding. And I think that a lot of their inability to be dependable is actually wrapped around work things or obligations that they may not have much control over. So I do feel like they are hoping that you will be understanding that they will need time to kind of process things and go through that cycle of, you know, self-assessment, regulate themselves, things like that. But I think their feelings for you are something that they perceive, or at least in the past used to perceive, as a burden. But I feel like they just can't hold the weight of their emotions any longer. Like they have to start being honest. They have to start letting go of all the things that they've been holding in and holding back from you. So I feel like what they would say to you is that if you're not talking to this person right now, I definitely think that you will be hearing from them. Obviously, we will look at that in the extended, but I think this person is really grateful for the lessons that they've learned, and I think that they're getting kind of antsy to really talk to you about what they've been going through and talk about deeper things. And if this is a spiritual type of connection, I feel like this person really wants to talk to you about that, especially if you have like if you have more knowledge than they do. But I feel like with this Two of Wands in reverse as well, it's like this person doesn't really have a game plan when it comes to you, because they've never experienced a person like you and in a connection like yours. And so it's kind of like they want you to know, like, they feel very in over their head, but they want to try. And I think that your person has, I don't care what sex they are, but they have some big cojones. So I would give them credit for that. So that is what they would say to you. So let's go ahead and get some charms and letters and numbers now. I think we're going to start with the letters and numbers. So I'll give these a quick shake. And Spirit, what letters and numbers are relevant to pile 3's connection, please? Okay. So I'm going to move these bad boys off to the side. And then I'm going to shake the charm box. And it's going to be loud. So if you have headphones in or you have the volume up really high, I would suggest you turn that down, because I don't want to hurt your ears. But I am about to shake this box and it will be loud. So prepare yourself in 3, 2, 1. For transparency's sake, my eyes are closed, but pile 3, Spirit, what signs and symbols are significant to pile 3, please? Okay. All right. Wow. Okay. We got a lot of Ha! We have pot. Shout out to the stoners. Love y'all. Okay. All right. Let's get into this. We also, oh wow. Okay, we have a lot of letters. Okay. So actually, speaking of pot, I have another thing. I feel like this person, or the universe could be reminding you that it could be easy to like project onto this person what you think may be going on, or what you think may be happening, or what you think they're experiencing. And I feel like you're really being encouraged to to check in with yourself and make sure you're not like projecting any shadows on your own shadows onto them, and vice versa. You both may do that. Like, you both may be like hypocritical towards each other sometimes. Like, you know, the pot calling the kettle black, that's just something I was hearing, but that doesn't have to resonate for everyone. So I'm going to move the letters off to the side, and we'll do those in a bit. But I want to start with this lemon card. It's actually really interesting. I don't think the lemon charm has ever popped out. So lemons could just have like a significant, they could be a significant symbol for you in this connection. Maybe your person really likes lemons or lemonade. And there is that saying, like, when life gives you lemons. Also makes me think of Liz Lemon, like 30 Rock. So I don't know, maybe New York City could be significant, or that show, or Tina Fey. I don't know. But also with this, I feel like, lemons are really, is this the pile? This is my drug pile. Okay. Cause I just heard acid. So maybe you've done psychedelics with this person or something like that. Cause I was thinking about how like fruits like lemon are very acidic. But I also think that if there's any sour feelings still remaining between the two of you, this person wants to heal that and grow from that. We also have this little peanut here. So I think that that's so cheesy. I think that this person is nuts about you. But also we were just talking about cojones, and I think that this person is very attracted to you in a physical way. Take that as it resonates, of course. It obviously depends on the type of connection, but I definitely think that this person, one, has like a tough outer shell, but they really want to show you what's inside. I feel like they just have to kind of work through their emotions first in order to feel safe enough to tell you. Because like I'm thinking about, you know, peanut shells and how you like rip them open, eat the peanuts, and then throw the shells on the ground. I feel like this person is worried about like opening themselves up to you and then you not reciprocating, and then like them just feeling like they just bared their soul and like they're left on the ground to like wither and die. That's a little bit melodramatic, but I think that is what your person is feeling. So I think that might be one reason why they've been so hesitant to tell you about how they feel. But we also have this shark card, and in the animal spirit card, the shark represents emotional truths that if we don't address become worse. And so I feel like this person is recognizing that they're going to need to tell you the truth of how you make them feel, the truth of how this connection makes them feel. I feel like this person is tired of kind of, you know, only showing you a little bit. You know, it's like when a shark's on the surface and you can only see the fin. Like I feel like you're only seeing a little bit of how this person actually feels about you and how this person sees you. But with the frog as well, I feel like this person views you as incredibly healing, and I also think that they are surprised by how good it feels to be around you. Like it almost feels like your environment to them is very, maybe it's like the way that your house is, or maybe it's just the vibes that you have, but like your connection rejuvenates this person in a way that not many connections with others do. Like they also appreciate how versatile you are, by the way. I feel like they feel like you're so go with the flow and you're so kind and accepting of them, even when they might be a little bit frustrating. I feel like they're really appreciative of that, and I feel like they're really just appreciative of all that you've done for them in general. We also have the moon here, so more Pisces energy could be significant, but this is a crescent moon. So maybe a crescent moon could be a significant symbol, or maybe something significant will happen on a night where there's a crescent moon. Take that one as it resonates. But we also have happy, and I think that this is pretty self-explanatory. I think that you make this person really happy. I think that this connection makes them really happy, and as y'all know, I say on my channel, happiness is a sign that you are on the right path, and I feel like if you feel the same way, if this person makes you happy, then I think that you both are on the right path when it comes to this connection. Interesting, we have the harp here, because I feel like this person, maybe you had grounds to like harp on this person or nag this person and you haven't. I feel like you're unbelievably calm and easygoing with them, even when maybe you want to be more aggressive or like speak your, like you may, I feel like you're just incredibly calm and understanding with them. And you know, a harp is a very peaceful instrument. Like that's an instrument I picture like an angel playing in heaven, you know what I mean? And I feel like this person honestly kind of views you as an angel, and your connection is like very heavenly. But I also just think they feel very serene, very light, very at peace when they're around you. And I think that they just, for some of you, you could have a very like soft-spoken voice, or they could find your voice very like calming. But I think you just do a lot in terms of calming this person down and I'm hearing Locked Out of Heaven by Bruno Mars right now, so I feel like that kind of makes sense. Which we also have the key with the heart on it, so I feel like you really hold the key to this person's heart. And I think this person thought that, you know, they had thrown away all the keys, or that there were no keys to their heart, and it's like somehow you have one, like you're a magic locksmith, and you've unlocked parts of them that I think that they have held and suppressed for a very long time. And I think that they are ready to kind of go through a new portal, a new door into a new experience with you, and I think that they're excited for that. We also have the not so white dog anymore, which the white dog, I mean, dogs in general could be significant. They could have dogs, you could have dogs, but there's a white dog in the Rider-Waite version of the Fool card, and so I feel like that's always representative of new beginnings, and that I feel like this person does want a new beginning with you, or wants to head towards a new beginning. We also have this elephant here, so I definitely feel like with it being face down, like there's y'all haven't really addressed the elephant in the room, which I think is your feelings for one another and how this connection has impacted you both. But the beautiful thing about the elephant, Ganesha could be a significant god. I believe he is known for removing obstacles and being very benevolent and wise. And I see the traits of the elephant having that as well. I feel like obstacles in this connection are being cleared. The elephant's always a good sign of that. I also think that you both are gaining more wisdom and maturity as you go through this journey. And I think that the emotions here just run really deep. Like, you know, elephants feel really deeply. And I think that you and this person have this like almost tribal, the way that I'm like feeling and experiencing what you two feel with each other is like, it's almost like this tribal thing. Like it's just so ancient that it's just, I wouldn't say tribal, I would say carnal is a better word. Like it's very ancient in the way it feels. It's like you two, I can't really put my finger on it in words, but it's just something that hits harder than any other energy that you've experienced, or just like, it just resonates and feels so sure, and like you recognize each other's energy. I don't know, it's just a very magnetic connection that I think transcends lots and lots and lots of lifetimes. And I think that you both are picking up on that and picking up on the fact that there's something really deep and special here. And I think you both are working through everything that involves a connection like that. We also have the mermaid or siren here, which I think is a perfect representation of why this person would want to avoid you. Because if you're unaware, which I'm sure you're likely aware, but sirens are known for, you know, having these beautiful siren songs and then luring sailors to their deaths. So, you know, the fact that this person was so attracted to you, I think that they just realized like that could be dangerous. You know, I could get hurt, I could get my heart broken, I could I'm leaving myself vulnerable. And so I think that they're so insanely attracted to you, and it's such an energetic thing as well. I really want to stress it, like, no matter how you feel about your physical appearance, like I do think that this person is physically attracted to you, but you have to understand that it runs so much deeper than just your physicality. So if you're like being really hard on yourself about certain aspects of your body, like maybe your nails, or something else, you know, just to remember that you are so much more than a single body part, and that, you know, your body serves functions and it's there to help you live and exist. And unfortunately, we live in a society, and it makes us feel sometimes like we can't, like we're not enough, or that because we don't have some ideal figure, we don't have some ideal shape or ideal attribute, that there's something wrong with us, and that's just not true. And I feel like one thing that you need to know is that if you have insecurities about yourself, I feel like you need to know that this person doesn't even recognize those, or even like they're so attracted to you. It's insane. So let's see, what else do we have? We have the number 4. So April could be significant. That could be a significant month. The 4th of a month could be significant. This is also indicative of Emperor energy. So I do feel like this person does really care about maintaining control, and I feel like they want to feel in control around you. And it might be that when they are around you, their feelings become so strong that it's hard to control themselves, to control their emotions. So they may have avoided you because they were afraid of having an emotional reaction they couldn't help, or something like that. But I do think that they kind of want to be the more, I wouldn't even say dominant. I mean, I guess like maybe more dominant energy in the connection, or that they want to take more control. I feel like that's where they're headed, because like with the King of Pentacles being here, I feel like this is such a, I want to get together and be solid so that I can take more control of this connection. Because with the Cancer card being here, charm being here, person could be Cancer, you could be Cancer. But I also think this is really indicative of this person's shell once again, and the fact that even though they may have a tough exterior, they really do have a huge heart. And I think that they feel very protective over you, and that they really want to make sure that they do you justice. Like they don't want to hurt you. And I think they recognize like they have pinchers, like they are capable of hurting someone unintentionally. So I almost feel like that is another reason why they may keep their distance sometimes, or may kind of get freaked out. But I also think as well, this person feels at home with you. You know, Cancer is a very nurturing, motherly energy, and I think that this person just feels really safe and at home with you. But we also have Aquarius energy here. So your person could be an Aquarius, you could be an Aquarius, you could have Aquarius placements. But I definitely think, you know, Aquarius is a very future-oriented sign, and I think that this person is really excited and looking forward to the future that you two could potentially have together. I think this person is thinking about a future, thinking about what obstacles would stand in the way of that, and what they need to do in order to create a new beginning, or to get you both set up for a new beginning, or to get themselves ready. I feel like it's a very, it's kind of a divine dance for you 3. And by you 3, I mean you, your person, and your spirit guides. If we use like the universe as just one thing. It's like you all 3 are working together to create harmony and synergy without you even realizing it. Like this is not, that's why you follow your intuition. That's how the universe is going to make plans with you. That's how the universe is going to tell you things. So let's get into letters and numbers now. We have a lot of them. So we have POT, VWE. We have B, we have M, we have I, we have A, we have O, we have E, we have another B, we have S, we have another S, so we have 2 S's, we have 2 B's, so you could have repeating letters in your name, or they could have repeating letters in their name. And we also have a 3. Okay, so we have the 3, which is the number of the Empress, and 4, which is the number of the Emperor. So this is very divine feminine, divine masculine energy. And I think that maybe you both are in the process of balancing those energies for yourself. The name Babs could be significant. Someone could drive a Dodge Ram, or be a fan of the LA Rams. I don't know if that's right. There's a lot I'm seeing here. So yeah, feel free to, this is interesting. So I just saw Miss, and I just heard someone saying they want to take Miss to Mrs., if I can, you know what I mean? Well, also someone may just miss you. This person may miss you, something like that. But I think think we spent enough time on charms. So those are your charms. I hope that they resonate. And if you got any messages or signs from the charms that I didn't, that is absolutely okay. Same with cards, same with anything on my channel. Like if you get an interpretation or a meaning that I do not say, that is absolutely okay. Take that meaning. If it resonates as truth for you, please take that. Like I am one person reading for lots of people, so I'm not going to be able to pick up on every single little thing. So definitely don't invalidate the things that you pick up when you see these charms and stuff, because I promise there's the universe will give you the videos, the signs that you need to see in order to come to the conclusions that feel like truth to you. And just because I don't say something doesn't mean it's not true for you. Okay? All right, so let's finish off with advice now and see what advice the universe wants to leave you with moving forward. So to start, we have bring love into the situation, new moon in Aquarius. So yeah, I feel like you're really being encouraged to act out of love when it comes to this connection, to not let the triggers get in the way of your authentic connection with this person. I feel like clearly this person loves you, whether they're willing to admit it or not. I don't think they're willing to admit it yet, but I think they definitely love you, and I'd say it's likely you love them. And I think whatever difficulties you've been through when it comes to this connection, I think it would be really helpful for you to ask, like, what would love do, you know? It's kind of like, what would Jesus do? Jesus is interchangeable with love. So, like, you know, what would Jesus do? What would love do? What would insert compassionate figure like Buddha or Kuan Yin do? Like, think about very loving figures and ask yourself how would they address the situation. But we also have surrender to trust. Trust yourself and your decisions. Don't be swayed by other people's strong decisions about what to do. Take action and be confident that you have chosen the right path. And I think especially when it comes to this connection, like, I feel like you're being asked to surrender to trust that the universe has your best interests at heart, and that you wouldn't go through all the experiences of this connection for nothing. This isn't just some sick joke, you know? The universe doesn't play, okay? Actually, the universe does play. The universe loves to play, but they don't play in terms of, like, playing games. Like, they're gonna play games with you, but not, like, the bad way of playing games. Like, they want to play games, like, see how many times they can show you 444 in a day. You know what I mean? Like, it's a bit different. Let's see what else we have. Practice compassion. See things from a fresh perspective. Yeah, I definitely think with this 15 card being here as well, it might be really easy to get triggered by your person's actions or lack thereof towards you if it's not maybe what you're hoping for. Like, you might automatically assume, like, oh, do they not want anything to do with me? Or, like, what if they hate me? Or, like, what if they don't like me anymore? And I feel like you might really take some of their behavior almost too personally for some of you. And I think Spirit is saying, like, it isn't personal, but the triggers that you feel when you experience that, that is an opportunity to look at what is blocking you from being more compassionate towards yourself, your person, and the situation at hand. Because I feel like you may be stressing yourself out by jumping to conclusions that don't hold any basis in reality. And I think the universe is just encouraging you to recognize that, like, you deserve to be compassionate towards yourself and not allow those intrusive thoughts to shape your mindset or shape your perspective, because they're not grounded in reality. They're just your fears, and intrusive thoughts are super normal. So I feel like the universe is asking you to have compassion for yourself when you have those intrusive thoughts. Like, the last thing you want to do is, like, shame yourself and be like, oh my God, I'm so crazy. Like, of course, like, you know, just, like, don't be mean to yourself. Be compassionate towards yourself, because that's what helps you be compassionate towards others. And I think that there's just a lot of opportunities to see where maybe your own wounds and fears have been stopping you from seeing things clearly, because you've been looking at things from your own perspective. We also have Warrior Woman. Have you answered your deepest calling? So I think Spirit is asking you to continue following what feels truest to you. And I think that if this person feels like a deep calling, I think that you also deserve to explore that if you want. But I also think that there's a lot of truth here. Just with the Ace of Swords and this Warrior Woman, I feel like you have truths to tell this person as well. And I think the universe is really encouraging you to tell them in your own time, but to work through what what your truth is about this person, at least at the moment you're feeling ready to work through it. Because I feel like this person plays a bigger role than just like a romantic interest, for example. I feel like they may be really helpful in terms of your career or just your life in general. And I think that the more you focus on what is truest to you, the more this situation will unfold naturally. But I feel like you need to know there's nothing you can't handle in this connection and in this situation. And finally, we have forgive. Whether in person or in your mind, forgive and move forward. The only person you're hurting by holding on to this resentment is yourself. And I completely agree with that. And I think actually maybe one of the people that you really, really need to forgive is you. I feel like you need to forgive yourself for what you didn't know in the past. I feel like you need to forgive yourself for what you may have assumed, or what you may have, or maybe decisions you've made that you're not super proud of. And remember that, like, you're always doing the best you can with the knowledge you have at that moment in time. And mistakes are how we learn and grow. So I feel like, you know, especially if maybe one of the things holding you back from this person is working through the past, I feel like Spirit really is encouraging you both to bring love into the situation, practice compassion, and forgive, because there seems to be a lot of beauty here in this connection that I cannot wait to explore in the extended, which is where I am going to head. So if you'd like to check out the extended and support me, that link will be down below. But if not, that is absolutely fine. Thank you so much for being here. If you did enjoy this reading and would like to support me and my channel, here are a few ways you can do it. You can watch my ads or let them play in the background. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. So thank you to everyone who does that. You can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. Actually, liking helps so much, you have no idea. And subscribe if you haven't, because I would love to have you here. Would love to have you as part of our little community. I don't know, we need a community name or some shit. I also have social media, which is linked below, and I have merch, which is linked below. But when it comes to social media, please know that I have tons of scammers pretending to be me, so just know that I do not offer personal readings, and I will not solicit a personal reading from you in your DMs, because I can't even text my friends back. So just know that if someone does that claiming to be me, they're a fucking liar and they're not me. So that's all I have. Thank you guys so much for being here. I know this reading was a little bit sloppy, but I hope that it was enjoyable. Thank you guys so much for letting me read your cards, and for your guides and your person for letting me read their energy. I really hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 4. If you guys chose the Dream Visions Tarot and this clear quartz stone, this is going to be your reading. Welcome, and thank you so much for being here. So we are going to use the tarot to see what your person would say to you, and we're going to start off by doing an energy check. Now, I do want to address the elephant in the room. My nails are short, and that is only because my natural nails needed a break, because my pinky nail literally broke like half off. I'm totally fine. Just a little bit bummed that I don't have my long nails because I miss them, but just know that short nail ASO is temporary, but I do not know how long she will last. So that's just addressing that. This was not an aesthetic choice. This was a health choice. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into your reading. So the way that this reading is going to work is I'm going to be doing the energy check first so that you can know if this is your pile or not. Then we'll do tarot and look at what they would say to you. Then we'll do charms, and we'll finish off with advice. But I did want to say, with this energy check, I'm doing it entirely from your person's perspective. So we're going to see how they're seeing themselves, how they're seeing the connection, and how they're seeing you. So just know that this is not, when I'm channeling, it's not coming from an objective place. It's coming from your person's subjective perspective. And also, if this sounds like you, it could be indicative that you and your person are mirroring. If it doesn't sound like you and it doesn't sound like your person, this is likely not your reading. But if it only sounds like you and doesn't sound like your person, I would try a different pile and see if you can find your person there. If not, there may not be a message. But let's just go ahead and get into this now. So to start, let's look at how your person is viewing themselves. So we have the Eye with the 5 of Pentacles, we have the Hummingbird, and we have Puppet. Muppets could be significant. I know this was Puppet, but I just, as soon as I put down Puppet, I heard Muppet. Also kind of makes me think of Lisa Simpson, the Starhead. But, oh, okay, I guess Spirit wants me to, I've been doing it this way, but I guess. So, in terms of how this person is seeing you, we have the Altar or the Magician in reverse. We have the Firefly, and we have Smother. And then in terms of how this person is viewing the connection, we have Authority. The frequency of authority reminds us that true authority is powerful, directed, and realized, yet receptive, wise, and loving. And then we have, I'm going to try my best to say this, Pratyahara. And we have the Mother in reverse, which it represents intimacy, home, and sensitivity. Okay. So this definitely seems to be a more rocky connection. I wouldn't be surprised if you haven't communicated with this person in a little while, because I feel like the fact that you're coming up as the Magician in reverse, I feel like this person is almost acknowledging the fact that maybe you two haven't communicated in a while. I have to start with one of the most interesting things that I've noticed, and that is the fact that we have the Mother card in the connecting energy, and we have Smother here for you. So I definitely think that this person that we're asking about has had some major realizations recently when it comes to either a mother wound or a wound within their feminine energy. I definitely think that this person is watching you from afar and missing you. The fact that we have the Eye with the 5 of Pentacles, and you even picked a tarot deck with like all of these eyes on it, and the dream, and it's called the Dream Visions Tarot. I definitely feel like this person is recognizing that they're missing you, but I do feel like they're not in a very good place right now. And I say that kind of in terms of not a very good place. I feel like they are headed to a better place, but they're kind of reeling from the decisions they've had to make, and that is kind of what is keeping them maybe in a more negative spot. I'll explain. This Pratyahara card talks about releasing attachments and releasing things that no longer serve us, especially when it comes to like habits, physical things, material things, things that do not define who we truly are, and things that we may place attachments to that really distract us from the truth of our being. And I feel like this person may have rejected you, or may have rejected this connection. They may run from this connection. This might be like a runner-chaser type dynamic. But I definitely think that this person is kind of, they're feeling, I guess the feeling in terms of how I am perceiving it is very bittersweet. I think that maybe there's things that you've told this person in the past that they thought were maybe like you trying to be manipulative, or you trying to get one up on them, that they're realizing were you just being honest. I definitely feel like there have been a little bit of power games in this connection where you and this person haven't really been fully transparent about your feelings and things like that with each other. Maybe if you have, I feel like there's a lot of like, can I trust what they've said? Is that really true? Is that not true? One thing that I can see here is that this person definitely puts you on a pedestal and maybe feels like they're not good enough for you. The fact that the Altar card came out in reverse and the Smother card came here, it's almost like this person has an acknowledgement that you are such a beautiful light, but they have a hard time holding space for that light. I think it's so interesting. We have this Firefly and this Hummingbird card. It's like, I feel like you both are kind of not really interacting with each other. I wouldn't be surprised if this is like a separation or no contact situation that you're in right now with this person, but I feel like you both are on each other's minds all the time. And you might actually really ruminate and overthink about this connection and each other. I feel like this person may have some really difficult family connections. It could be a mother, it could be a guardian of some kind, or a motherly figure in their life. I feel like they're waking up to a lot of distortions that they've had and a lot of truths that they were unaware of. I think that they're awakening to a lot of habits and patterns that aren't serving them anymore. And I'm hearing right now, I'm a Slave for You by Britney Spears. And, which, first of all, bop. But also, I feel like this person was really a slave to their own, I'm hearing addiction. So for some of you, it could be addictions. For others, it could be just vices. And for others, it could be, you know, with the Mother card being here, this person could have felt like they were very indebted to a family member or someone close to them, and that they had to really dedicate themselves to that family member. And I think they're seeing things a lot more clearly, and it's really heartbreaking to kind of see the truth. I think that you may have played a role in helping them see the truth. I don't think you told this person anything about their family that they didn't already know, but I think maybe your perspective is a little bit disturbing and triggering for them just because they kind of value you really highly, and I think maybe you speaking on it brought some truth there. I think this person is worried that they may have messed up this connection in some way, especially if they are the ones that, like, they could have let go of this connection and ended things in this connection because of what they were going through in their personal life, and they may feel like now they were manipulated into making a decision that maybe they didn't necessarily want. But here's the thing. I feel like this person is becoming aware, and they're kind of undergoing this grieving process. So no matter what your person has been experiencing, I think for you, the way that even though I'm channeling this from your person's perspective, I'm getting insight from your side of things. And I really feel like you've kind of had this energy of, I want to help, but there's not a whole lot I can do here. Like, if this person doesn't see what needs to change, like, I can't make those changes for them. And I feel like every time this person would be around you, you would give them, they would see the light, you know what I mean? It would be like you would give them these bursts of inspiration, and I think they would realize maybe how much pressure they felt they were under. With this Authority card, I think that there's a lot of wounds they have when it comes to power and authority and control. This might be a very controlling or authoritative person, and it might actually stem from having a guardian that was very controlling and authoritative. And I think they're seeing the truth that control doesn't always mean power, and that authority is a frequency that reminds us that true authority is powerful, directed, and realized, yet receptive, wise, and loving. So I don't think this person really got the receptive, wise, and loving side of life. I feel like this person may have had to do a lot of parenting for their parents or for a parent figure. And I feel like they may have been judged and shamed by their family in really intense ways. I think with this hummingbird card here, this person is becoming aware of all of the cheap dopamine sources in their life that don't really serve them. I think they're kind of maybe undergoing some sort of detox where they are learning not to be controlled by their external environment and learning to find nourishing sources of whatever they need that is in a healthy way. And I think that they have been inspired to do this by you, but I don't know if they would give you credit for that. I feel like whatever has happened between the two of you, this person has learned a lot from you. And I think that if you gave this person really difficult truths that they weren't ready for, they are learning to accept them. And I think they don't hold you in contempt for that. But with the Magician in reverse, I do feel like this person may have worried that you were manipulating them, or someone could have convinced them that you were manipulating them. But I think what they're realizing, they're starting to see the truth, but I think they're worried that you may be disinterested in them or blocked off from wanting to interact with them, which that could very well be the case. But I see them perceiving you as someone who doesn't want to make space for them, or someone who doesn't really interact with them or give them really the time of day. I feel like this person is really watching you from afar and trying to find satisfaction in the present moment. But I definitely can see here that their moments of peace are very fickle. Like even if you see here the Pratyahara card and the hummingbird, there's a very similar circle of just pure white light. And so maybe meditation or a yogic practice is something that they are doing to integrate more light into themselves. But I think what it is that they find peace and momentary clarity when they do kind of remove all distractions, let go of any external stuff, and really go within and listen to themselves. And I think what scares them is they might get information about you or about your connection, or they might just realize truths that they thought were distortions or that they had ignored that are coming through, and they are feeling as truthful, and that might be kind of triggering. I feel like this person is trying to find their power in this situation, and I think that this person is in a process of learning how to take care of themselves and be responsible and like be an adult and be someone who they can be proud of. Because I feel like with the Magician card being here, they see you as someone with a lot of magic, with a lot of power, and they may have viewed your connection as something that was too intense for them or too overwhelming for them. And I think they're realizing that they do have the ability to hold that light, but what requires the ability to hold that is removing and letting go of a lot of vices and unhealthy, even toxic things that don't serve this person anymore. I think they're seeing a lot more clearly, and I think that they really respect the advice that you give. But I also think that this person puts you on a pedestal and does not view themselves as very powerful or really capable of meeting you at your level, but they are reaching this point of becoming more positive. They're starting to see the light. They're starting to see the truth. And I think the words that you have, the advice that you've given them, anything that you have told them about, I think that they are starting to recognize that there is truth to it, and it's deeply unnerving and exciting at the same time. But I also think that this person views you as being closed off to them, where it's like they've kind of lost access to that sweeter part of you. You know, this is Cancer energy, and Cancer energy, while it does represent the mother and the home, and it can be very loving, it's also represented by a crab, which obviously they have a very hard outer shell and pinchers. So I feel like this person feels like your emotions may be turned off to them, or that you may not feel anything for them anymore, or that you may not give access to them in a way you once did. So I feel like this person is realizing that what they felt a sense of comfort in was very chaotic and not actually nurturing. I think that they're realizing that what they felt drawn to is very dysfunctional, and I think they are learning how to embrace structure and peace rather than chaos. I feel like both of you are very flighty and overthink about this connection a lot. But I think when it comes to you, this person, I think this person carries maybe a lot of shame for their behavior in the past. And I think this person is really just kind of just going through a grieving process of working through their past and dealing with the truths that are being brought to them. But I think that this person is hopeful in the sense that they're starting to see more clearly and that things should hopefully start getting better. I think this person does have hope, but I think when it comes to your connection, we're just gonna have to see what they'll say to you, because I don't know, they have a very paradoxical energy of like not feeling too great, but at the same time being kind of hopeful and wanting to see where things take them. I also feel like they are trying to take their own power back. Like they are ready to live their own truth and do what feels authentic to them. But I think that's very scary and overwhelming. But while I shuffle the tarot cards, I quickly wanted to mention, if you're enjoying this reading and you get to the end of it and you decide you want more, you're still hungry for seconds, there will be an extended. I will say the extendeds have been very long and very juicy, and that's part of the reason why it's taken me so long to film this video all the way through. But they've been very interesting. So if you want to check that out, we are going to be looking at how the energy of the connection is transforming. We are going to be looking at what this person's intentions towards you are. We're going to look at what action they may be taking towards you. We'll look at what action Spirit is encouraging you to take towards them. And then we will pull channel messages, and then we'll finish off with lots of advice. So very juicy extendeds. They're extra long. So I would highly recommend checking that out if you're interested. But let's go ahead and see, Spirit, what would pile four's person say to pile four if they could be completely honest? Okay, so we have the Ten of Wands. We have the Empress in reverse. We have the Queen of Wands upright. We have the We have the 10. I'll figure out what that is. I think it's Pentacles. And we have the Nine of Wands in reverse. Okay, can we clarify the Ten of Wands upright? We have the Ten of Swords in reverse. Yeah, with the Empress in reverse, we have the Eight of Cups in reverse. With the Queen of Wands, we have the Three of Wands in reverse and the High Priestess upright. This is very powerful. We have, what about the Ten of Pentacles, please? Clarify the Ten of Pentacles. Okay, so we have the Lovers and we have the Nine of Cups. Wow. I will say in this deck it's called the Twins. And one more, please, Spirit. We have the Nine of Pentacles in reverse. And the back of the deck is the Page of Swords. Okay, let me just take a sip of my tea, and then we will go for it. Wow. Okay. So let's start with this Ten of Wands, Ten of Pentacles, and a Ten of Swords in reverse. So this person has definitely gone through or recently finished some sort of karmic cycle that's made them aware of a lot of their own distortions that they were ignoring or that they were not aware of. I feel like there's been a lot of third-party interference in this connection. And I hate saying that word, but I do think that there has been like, and I don't think this third party is like just a person. I think it's lots of different things. I think there have just been a lot of blockages in this connection related to not just this person's growth and evolution, but your growth and evolution. But because we're looking at what they would say to you, it's only mentioning this person's growth and evolution. So I feel like one thing they want you to know is that they're coming to terms with what they've realized recently. Maybe that's a reading I should do soon, like what this person has realized. I haven't done that in a while, but because they're not necessarily saying what they have realized, because I think some of it's not really relevant to you. But with the Ten of Swords in reverse here, it's like they've come to like an acceptance that this connection really means something. Like, I mean, we have almost all of the tens here except for the Ten of Cups, which is really interesting. They are very overwhelmed by this connection and what the truths they've recently realized to mean for them. Because I feel like, if I'm being honest, a lot of what they're realizing has nothing to do with you, in the sense that they've always seen you as very wonderful. They've always seen you as, you know, somebody who holds a lot of light, somebody who's supportive, somebody who is kind. I think that they just haven't seen those qualities in themselves. And I think that they've always seen you as someone that they would have to become a better person to meet you at that level. And I think that they've come to a realization that they do need to become a better person. And while your connection may have been a driving force, there were many things that were a driving force in that. And I think the journey of becoming a better person is very overwhelming to them. And they're not even looking at this journey as a journey solely with you. They're looking at their own self-love journey. And I do want to say, I think that this is a very healthy perspective for this person to have. They are not wanting to heal for you. They are wanting to heal for themselves. They are not wanting to go on this journey for you. They are wanting to go on this journey for themselves. And they want that for you as well. With the Empress and the Eight of Cups in reverse, I feel like if you have been together with this person or been intimate with this person, I feel like they would say that even if you haven't been talking to them, they haven't fully moved on from you. But I also think that there are wounds related to their feminine energy that they haven't moved on from. I think that there's some difficult truths that they've realized, and because they put you on a pedestal, I think that they really want to work through some of their deeper issues, because I think it's hard to show up authentically and in an empowered way with you, because they do find you so intimidating. So I do think they are going through this process of learning how to love themselves better, and I think that they are recognizing that they need to walk away from a lot of things that aren't serving them. But I think that what they need you to know is that they need time to work through this. With the Page of Swords card being here on the back of the deck, I really feel like this person, if this person has been giving you like light communication, like, and I mean light, like replying to your stories or, you know, surface level conversation, I would say that this is this person testing the waters and wanting to be close to your energy without telling you why they want to interact with you. I think that this person is really caught between what they were raised to do and what this connection means. I mean, with the Lovers card being here and the Nine of Cups, I feel like this person really wants to be in an authentic connection with you. I don't think, if I'm being completely honest, I don't think they would ever say that to you out loud, because I do think there's a lot of pride around not really admitting feelings and things like that. But I think with the Ten of Pentacles here, this person feels like you both could build something really special together. You could build a legacy together. And I think that that is really scary in terms of looking at their future. But at the same time, I think they are realizing that that's something that they want to work towards. I feel like I think they're realizing too, now that there's less distortion and distraction in their environment, I think they're starting to realize just how maybe suppressed they've been and just how unaware they've been of the deeper truths around them. I think if you've moved on from them, I think they want you to know that they completely understand that and that they don't blame you. But with the Queen of Wands, the Three of Wands in reverse, and the High Priestess upright, I feel like they're seeing you as someone with so much wisdom and so much power. And I feel like they're also acknowledging that you're more right about things than you realize. I feel really called to tell you to really trust your intuition when it comes to things about this connection, because with the Three of Wands in reverse and the Queen of Wands being above it and the High Priestess, I feel like if you walked away from this person, or if you decided that you were just done putting up with this person's shit, I feel like this person is thanking you for doing that, because I feel like they needed to see you know how absence makes the heart grow fonder? I think they needed to be away from you to fully see you in your truth. Because with the Knight of Pentacles in reverse and the Nine of Wands in reverse, I feel like this person has felt very trapped. And I think that this person didn't think that their life could be good, didn't think that their life could be positive. I feel like this person has had a lot of really challenging and difficult experiences. I feel like they haven't really known stability. And I feel like what they would tell you is that, you know, they recognize that they're immature and that they have a lot of growth to do, and that they have been manipulated and lied to, and that they have picked up those things and done them to other people, potentially you as well. I feel like I don't know if this person is very good at apologizing, but I feel like this person feels you all the time. And I do think they definitely look at your pictures. I think they see you as very, very, very attractive and very intuitive. And I think that really scares them. And I think if this is a more logical person, that's not something that they're really used to. But with the Nine of Wands in reverse, again, with the Knight of Pentacles, I think that this person is very afraid of committing to something and being solid with something. And I'm not even seeing committing to something as like a relationship commitment. I mean, just like committing themselves to change, like committing themselves to want to grow and be better. Like, it's very, they're at this kind of in-between stage where they know they need to change, but they're not necessarily ready to implement the action that requires. It's almost like with this Page of Swords here, it's like they're doing research. They're figuring things out. They're starting to change. They're starting to shift, but they definitely need time. I feel like they feel really bad, like you might be waiting on them. And I feel like they're asking you not to wait on them, to always trust your intuition and to do what makes you happiest. But I definitely think that, you know, they haven't moved on from you. They haven't moved on from this connection, but they're not moving forward. And that's what's really, I think, important for you to know, in terms of making decisions for yourself. Because if I can just put my 2 cents, put my, you know, 2 of Pentacles, 2 cents in here. I really do think that you are being encouraged, and I would encourage you as well to continue doing you, and to not base decisions on what this person does or doesn't do, and to not take their action or lack thereof towards you as an indication of your worth or an indication of their interest, because there's lots of interest here. There's just lots of overwhelm as well, and I think that this person just doesn't really know what life holds for them, and I think that they really need this time to process because they want to start a new cycle. And so I think they're kind of in this period of winter, so that they can, and the 5 of Pentacles card in the typical Rider-Waite deck does depict that. It depicts 2 people in winter. So if you're feeling like you're in a spiritual winter, that may be confirmation that this is something that is happening to the both of you. But I do think you are really being encouraged, especially if you feel like you are ready for certain things, or that you're ready for experiences. I think the universe is really asking you to focus on what will make you happiest first and foremost, and let this person catch up to you. I really think it's your job in this connection to keep bearing light, to be kind of a torchbearer and follow the light and follow your truth. I mean, you showed up as a firefly. And I think what you need to do is to continue ascending and keep following your light, because if this person's meant to catch up, they will. They'll be able to follow it. Don't keep looking behind you, seeing where they are. Just trust, just keep looking forward. It kind of reminds me of like Persephone and leaving, oh my god, why was I about to say Mordor? This isn't Lord of the Rings. Is Mordor Lord of the Rings? But you know, Persephone, when she's leaving the underworld, you know, she's told not to look back. Or was that Persephone? I can't remember. The Greek mythology, it all runs together, you know. But Persephone and Hades could be that, or Demeter, like that whole story could be significant, which, I mean, makes sense, because, you know, Persephone is all about descending into the underworld for 6 months and coming back up for spring and shit. And yeah, I'm not good at explaining Greek mythology. But anyway, I do think that what you need to know is that this person feels the connection too, and that they wish for a lot when it comes to this connection. But I also think it's something that they view very abstractly in the future. And I think this person has a hard time grounding into now. And I think they're very overwhelmed by the changes that they need to make in order to grow, and the changes that they need to make in order to be proud of themselves. And I think one thing that you need to know is that the more you work on just being the best version of yourself, the more it's going to naturally attract this person. But I feel like one thing you need to know is that what this person does is not a reflection of the work that you're doing. Because what I'm hearing is that you are doing great work, but you might at times get impatient or wonder if this is all for nothing. And I feel like what you need to know is that it's not all for nothing, but you do have to surrender the idea that you'll know what's coming next, or that you'll know what the next step is, or that this person will wake up and just everything will be figured out. This is going to be a process, and it's going to take time, and it's going to take growth from the both of you. And I think what you need to know is that you're not bound to anything. You're not bound to any person. You're not bound to any situation. The only thing that you should be bound to is the pursuit of your own happiness and the pursuit of your own self-actualization. So I'm going to go ahead now and pull some charms, because I think really what this person wants you to know is that you're on their mind all the time. So if you're thinking about them, it goes both ways. That there's a lot of things that they've realized you're right about, and that there's a lot of truths they're awakening to, and they're not quite sure how they feel about them yet. They're very overwhelming, and this person knows that they need to make changes and they need to grow, but I think they're grieving the past version of themselves first. And I think once they kind of work through the things that they need to, you might notice the energy of the connection start moving again in whatever way that happens for you. So we're going to go ahead and get into charms now. I'm going to start by pulling some letters and numbers that may be relevant to your connection. So pile 4, please, Spirit. What letters and numbers are relevant for pile 4? Okay. And then we're going to pull some charms. So I will warn you, this is going to be very, very loud. So just to keep it clear, if you're wearing headphones or the volume's up really loud, turn it down, because I'm about to shake this in 3, 2, 1. Okay. I didn't close my eyes yet, but I'm gonna close my eyes now. That one wanted to come out though. So Spirit, what signs, symbols, and messages do you have for pile 4? Okay. I'll get this little dinosaur guy, and I think that's it. So, okay. Let's start with this one. It's a match and it says perfect on it. So I think that right away is very emblematic of the fact that this person, maybe you and this person both view each other as the perfect match. And I think that maybe that's why it's been hard for you to let go of this connection, and why it's hard for this person to let go of this connection. I definitely think that there's a lot of pressure when it comes to this connection, because I think you both really put each other on pedestals and really overthink things at times. But I think that you both are right in thinking that this connection is something really special, because I do think it is. The fact that we have 2 Libra charms, you both could be Libras or have Libra energy. I think it's really interesting that both Libra charms came out. So I think I kind of look at this as a few things. I think that you both are heading towards a more balanced place in the connection. I think you both are desiring balance in the connection. Obviously, Libra energy as well can talk about relationships and things like that. So it's possible that both of you are hoping that this connection will ascend to a higher level of commitment. I also think that this person is hoping that you both bring balance to this connection, hoping that there's a more even exchange. And, you know, obviously the Libra card is also associated with the Justice card in tarot. So I feel like this person is hoping that everything works out. I also just saw the Moonology card that is a win-win outcome is forecast. So I think that's the full moon in Libra card. And so I think there's 2 cards in that deck. The full moon in Libra card is a win-win outcome is forecast. And the new moon Libra card, I believe, is a new romantic cycle begins. So that could be indicative of something happening between the 2 of you. I just feel like this double Libra is incredibly significant. Man, goes to show how much I read cards if I can just pull those 2 out of my ass like that. But I definitely think if you've seen those cards in readings, or if they show up, that's definitely a sign for you. I also think that you both are kind of hoping to be on the same page and wanting to keep the peace here. So if you do interact with this person, I do feel like you both will be very fair and gracious with each other. I don't feel like you both will be very hard on one another, or I don't think there will be like arguments with one another, if that makes sense. We also have this sleeping cat. And I just heard, like, don't sleep on your intuition. I really feel like you're being encouraged to trust what your intuition tells you. Cats are obviously very intuitive, but I also see this as a reminder to know your worth, because cats also know their worth as well. So I think that when you are maybe feeling insecure about this connection, or insecure about this person, or insecure about what's meant to happen, I feel like you're being encouraged to really go within and center yourself. And, ask yourself what your intuition is really telling you, because I think that you might be dismissing what your intuition is telling you because you're very afraid of what could happen. But we also have this, or this, you or this person could have cats, that's something as well. We also have this piece of clear quartz, and you guys did choose a clear quartz stone. So I definitely think that clarity is coming to this connection, and it may happen after some sort of tower moment. So whatever that is, and tower moments don't necessarily have to be bad. They just mean divine intervention and change. So I think Spirit is saying you can really trust the universe when it comes to this connection, because I do feel like the universe will implicate the necessary changes that need to happen and will make room for clarity here. We also have this I'm burping. This I love autumn charm. So autumn could be a significant time period. Somebody's name could be autumn. But I'm also called to notice the 2 acorns here. I really feel like the universe is saying that, you know, it takes time for an acorn to go from an acorn to a tree. And I think that Spirit is saying there could be seeds planted here in autumn that start the growth of something really significant. Or it could be Spirit asking you to be patient, because it takes time to harvest what you grow. Take that one as it resonates. But I do see autumn, especially, this is a timeless reading, but whenever you're watching it, the next upcoming autumn could be significant. Let's see. We have the mermaid charm here, which always makes me think of Pisces energy. So I really do think that this person feels very drawn to you, and vice versa. It's kind of like a siren. I think you both kind of feel very deeply drawn to one another, and that might be very uncomfortable, especially if you both are much more used to logical, rational things, or not really talking about your feelings. But I definitely think there is like an ethereal, otherworldly energy to this, and makes me think of the Little Mermaid as well. And I think that you both kind of yearn to be part of each other's world, and I think I think you've always yearned to be a part of this person's world, but I think that this person is starting to realize that that's what they want to. So we also have this camper here, and the fact that it came out face down, I really feel like neither of you are very happy with where this connection is at right now. And I do feel like Spirit is saying that things will shift, and that they are working to help the both of you, and that this is a journey and a process, and that things are nowhere near over. But if you get very upset or very frustrated with where things are at, I think it's important to remember that everything is temporary. I also think you're being encouraged, like if you wanted to take a trip or do something fun, really do that. Really go for it. And I will say, last month I was on 8 planes in the span of a week while traveling. And I know there's been a lot of stuff in the news recently, if you watch this when I upload it, about like flights being canceled and things like that. Really trust your intuition on this stuff. Like, trust that spirit will take care of you and that everything will be fine, because I was on 8 planes. All 8 planes were on time. There were no issues, except for the TSA fucking up my skincare routine. But that's not my problem. I do have beef with whoever decided that only one plastic bag of 100 milliliter liquids is okay. They clearly have dusty ass skin, but that's not my problem, and I'm not gonna get really upset about that right now, because that's not what we're here for. But that's a bullshit rule that I think should be tweaked. But you know, you can't help the rules, and I think in this case, you and this person might really get frustrated by the divine's rules and by the role that you're playing and how this all plays out. You might get really frustrated with the divine, and I feel like one thing you need to know is that the divine is taking care of you, and this is all for your growth and for the best version of you and the best version of them. Like, I feel like you really need to trust that there's a deeper purpose to this, and although you may not see it right now, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Let's see, we also have a letter, so we'll get to that later. We have the French horn, which makes me think of the Judgment card. So Archangel Gabriel could be significant, or there could be awakenings or truths coming soon. I feel like this could also represent communication, so you could hear from this person soon, but I don't know if they will tell you about what they've realized. I think they're still a little bit overwhelmed by all of that, and I think they're going to need time to really open up to you. But I do think that there's awakenings happening, and I think that you both will be further awakening and having much deeper experiences in the near future. We also have this little dinosaur, and which just makes me think of fossils and history. So I definitely think that this is someone you have history with, and someone that I think is like fossilized in your memory. We also have, what is this? I can barely read it. We have a Canadian dollar. So Canada could be significant. This could also be a sign that abundance is on its way to you. The year on it is 2011. So that could be a significant year. The name Elizabeth, obviously, because we got Queen Elizabeth over here. But yeah, so money could be coming to you soon. We love that for you. And we have the number 9, which makes me think of September. So September could be a significant month. This could also be like the 9th of a month could be significant. I'm really drawn to the crown here. So maybe like crown chakra upgrades in the next coming September could be significant, but also this could be Virgo or Libra energy if your person is born in September, which we do have Libra. Let's see. We've got a lot of letters to go through now, so let's just go through all of them. We have H, M, C, D, L, A, O, what is this? V, Y, Lady and the Tramp could be significant. We have a 0. We also have another 9. So we have 2 9s, so 99 could be significant. Maybe someone was born in 99. We have 23 or 32. Haha, 320, right? That 35 matches, so 35 could be significant. We also have a 7. We almost have the full name Dylan. We have D-Y-L-A, just no N. Clam. I'm seeing clam, so someone could be feeling very clammed up at the moment, like they don't want to talk. Also, I saw doc, D-O-C, so maybe... Oh, we also have a T. Sorry, I didn't notice that. But yeah, that looks like all the letters and numbers that we have, so get a good look at that. Definitely feel free to let me know any name or syncs you notice here. That makes me think of Connecticut, Louisiana, Los Angeles, but obviously I am from the States. In terms of countries, Canada, Denmark, it's a country that starts with a T. I know countries that start with a T. Tanzania. This is not ASO list country time. This is ASO finishes your reading off with advice time. So let's go ahead and look at that now. So to start, we have believe in the impossible, blue moon. And I love that because I feel like that's the universe literally just saying, like, you have no idea what can unfold. You have no idea what can happen. And I love how similar it is to the High Priestess. So I feel like you're really being encouraged to trust your intuition when it comes to this connection and to trust your own judgment. Like, you are receiving downloads about this connection, and I think this person is too. And I think you're being really encouraged to trust what you receive rather than discard it, because there could be really useful information for you there. And I think that if you are seeking validation from other people that don't really understand these sorts of things, or that get really overwhelmed by these things, I think that could be a sign, that could be something that confuses you more than helps you, if that makes sense. But we also have surrender to passion. Get out of your head and feel the fire in your belly. Focus on people or activities that ignite your passion and let it flow. And I love that, because I do think that maybe you're kind of ignoring that passion because you're overthinking. And I think you're really being encouraged to not let your thoughts get in the way of experiencing beautiful things in the present. We also have treasure your loved ones. It's important to love others deeply. And I also think that, you know, I think you'll realize if you're still working through the past with this person, I think you'll realize that this person is a treasure once you kind of work through what you've been dealing with. But I noticed my nose, do you notice my nose getting really stuffed up? Like, I haven't had a stuffy nose at all. So I don't know if somebody's sick or somebody's feeling like they just need to, like, they're feeling blocked or congested or something like that. But yeah, we also have dance with life. Do something to change your energy. So I think one thing is that you might be picking up on this person's stagnation, and you might be really frustrated because, like, I feel like you're ready for more excitement. You're ready for more fun. And I feel like the universe is saying your excitement and your fun is not dependent on this person. You can have excitement. You can have fun. You can go out of your comfort zone and do really exciting things. I feel like Spirit is saying when you catch yourself getting stuck in a more pessimistic or upset energy that's frustrated, the universe is asking you to surrender to passion and things you enjoy, because that's going to help time fly much more quickly and keep you out of an energy that makes you less confident in your truths. You know what I mean? Perfect. This is a perfect message. Relax. Everything is okay. Everything is working out perfectly, and this situation will resolve effortlessly. Expect miraculous solutions to unfold. The fact that we have expect miraculous solutions to unfold and believe in the impossible, I think that's incredibly symbolic. And I think actually waterfalls could be a sign of, like, whenever you're overthinking or you're stressed or you're overwhelmed, a waterfall, whether you see it or you hear it or whatever, could be a sign from the universe that everything's okay, and all you need to do is center yourself back to your truth and remain in an energy of peace and love. So pile 4, I am going to leave your reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching and for watching my ads or just letting them play in the background. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me and my channel. But if you would like to support me in other ways, you can like this video. You can comment down below. Let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. And you can check out the extended, which I'm about to head over to. You can also check out my social media, which will be linked below. And you can also check out my merch. But just be aware, I have tons of scammers pretending to be me right now, so please just know that I don't offer personal readings, and I will not try to solicit a personal reading from you in your DMs. So yeah, that's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much for watching and for being here. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night, whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!